Okay, music test without the ad here. Chloe!
Dáme Lala ještě? Ještě?
Ok, dobrý, Lama. This is real life yoga. Yoga.
My name is Rachel. I was born with microtia and atresia of my left ear. I'm happy to say that I too wear a bone-anchored hearing device. I wear Medell's Adhere and I stick it right behind my ear with an adhesive adapter. It's really wonderful technology that helps me to hear my best in every social situation and feel confident every day.
I think he felt a bit self-conscious as well, being a boy, and he was worried that he might be seen to be, you know, wearing a headband like a girl would. So she gave us an opportunity to trial Adhere.
Well, it's more stable than things that I've tried before, and it's louder, and it's also like not fiddly, because sometimes I forget that it's on. And with other hearing aids, they're more heavy and more noticeable. I used to struggle answering questions because most of the time I couldn't hear, but with the Adhere now I can like hear more and learn more.
12-year-old Story Jackson was born with microtia. Her right internal ear never developed, resulting in the inability to hear from that ear. It wasn't a problem until middle school.
She kind of would feel left out, like she, you know, if she's sitting on this side of the table and her friends are over here talking about something and everyone else is loud, she was always like having to kind of turn her head like, what?
Story also realized it might someday affect her dream job.
One of the things I want to be when I'm older is an orthopedic surgeon. I would have to hear my surroundings and know what's going on for the sake of my patient.
So when the Jackson family heard that the Adhere became FDA approved in 2018, Story became one of the first 25 people in the country to receive this stick-on device.
All right, you feel the button there? Mm-hmm. Push it for me.
This is the first sound, the sound that connects you to one of the most important people in your life. Calming, comforting, that is the power of sound. Throughout life, sound will make you learn and grow, make you remember, make you wonder. It will move you and make you able to move others. Sound connects us to the world and to our loved ones. But if sound goes silent, everything changes. We become isolated. We miss out on the important things in life. At Urtica Medical, we're determined to change that. We strive to empower you when hearing aids are not enough. Through innovative hearing implant technology, we help you live a full life where hearing loss is no limitation. This requires global and lifelong support. And as a part of DMAN, a leading hearing healthcare group, we have a worldwide network of more than 15,000 people in 130 countries. This is the first sound, the sound that connects you to one of the most important people in your life. Calming, comforting, that is the power of sound. Throughout life, sound will make you learn and grow, make you remember, make you wonder. It will move you and make you able to move others. Sound connects us to the world and to our loved ones. But if sound
Mencari timba si anak dara di bawah sarang burung tempua. Salam sembah pembuka bicara, selamat datang untuk semua. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera semua. Saya, Dr. Jacinta, adalah pengerusi majlis anda pada pagi ini sempena sambutan World Hearing Day peringkat PPUM 2022. Para hadirin di atas talian, dijemput berdiri untuk nyanyian lagu Negaraku dan lagu rasmi PPUM. Para hadirin dijemput duduk. Yang amat berbahagia, Tun Dr. Siti Hasma binti Haji Muhammad Ali, isteri mantan Perdana Menteri Yang amat berhormat Tun Dr. Mahathir Mohamad. Yang berbahagia, Profesor Dr. Nazira binti Hasnan, pengarah PPUM. Yang dihormati timbalan-timbalan pengarah PPUM. Yang berusaha, Profesor Madya Dr. Jayanti Kulesegara, Ketua Jabatan Otorhinolaryngology PPUM, Ketua-Ketua Jabatan dan Unit dan pakar-pakar perunding, seterusnya tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang dihormati sekalian. Setinggi kesyukuran kepada Tuhan kerana dengan izinnya dapat kita bersama-sama sekali lagi dalam sambutan World Hearing Day 2022 peringkat PPUM. Majlis ingin mengalu-alukan kehadiran yang amat berbahagia Tun Dr. Siti Hasmah binti Haji Muhammad Ali kerana sudi bersama-sama kita pada pagi secara atas talian. Selamat datang juga diucapkan kepada seluruh tetamu, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan serta hadiran dan hadirat sekalian. Bagi memulakan dan memberkati majlis pada pagi ini, dengan hormatnya mempersilakan Ustaz Muhammad Shazni bin Abdullah untuk memimpin bacaan doa. Dipersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Segala puji-pujian bagi Allah Tuhan semesta alam. Selawat dan salam ke atas junjungan besar Nabi Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, ahli keluarga baginda dan para sahabat yang diridai Allah. Allahumma ya Rahman ya Rahim, Engkaulah yang memiliki kuasa pemerintahan dan Engkaulah yang memuliakan siapa yang Engkau kehendaki. Kami bersyukur kehadrat-Mu ya Allah di atas limpahan kurnia dapat kami berhimpun pada majlis yang penuh bersejarah pada pagi ini. Allahumma ya Wahhab ya Allah, sesungguhnya kami panjatkan doa kepada-Mu agar mengurniakan kami segala kebaikan, membuka seluasnya jalan-jalan rahmat dan maghfirah-Mu, agar kami sentiasa berada di kalangan hamba-Mu yang melakukan amal kebaikan. Allahumma ja'alna minha najihin fil umuri a'malina. Ya Allah, kurniakanlah kepada kami natijah yang baik di atas segala usaha dan komitmen kami dalam program ini. Moga-moga natijah itu menjadikan kami orang yang terus gigih menongkah arus dalam melakukan amal kebaikan. Juga jadikanlah kebaikan itu tersebar untuk manfaat orang lain. Dan berikanlah kami kekuatan dalam mengamalkan segala ilmu yang akan kami pelajari bagi memberi kesedaran kepada semua masyarakat. Allahu ya waliyu ya hafiz ya Allah, sesungguhnya Engkau maha mengetahui bahawa hati-hati ini telah berkumpul di atas dasar mengharap kecintaan terhadap-Mu, bertemu di atas ketaatan kepada-Mu, berpisah nanti mengharapkan keampunan-Mu. Perkukuhkanlah ikatan hati-hati ini ya Allah, kekalkan kemesraan hati-hati ini, tunjukilah hati-hati ini akan jalan yang benar, serta penuhkanlah hati-hati ini dengan cahaya Rabbani-Mu yang tidak kunjung malap. Allahumma ja'al jam'ana hadza jam'al marhumah wa tafarruqa min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'sumah wa la taj'al fina wa la ma'ana syaqiyyan wa la mahruma wa la matruda ya akramul akramin. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin.
Terima kasih Ustaz. Hadirin sekalian, bagi meneruskan majlis, dengan sukacitanya mempersilakan Profesor Madya Dr. Jayanti Kulasegara, Ketua Jabatan Otorhinolaryngology PPUM untuk menyampaikan ucapan beliau. Majlis dengan segala hormatnya mempersilakan.
Terima kasih. Yang amat berbahagia Tun Dr. Siti Hasmah binti Haji Muhammad Ali, isteri mantan Perdana Menteri yang amat berhormat Tun Dr. Mahathir Mohamad, yang berbahagia Profesor Dr. Nazira binti Hasnan, Pengarah Pusat Perubatan Universiti Malaya, pakar-pakar perunding, datuk-datuk, datin-datin, ketua-ketua jabatan dan unit, tuan-tuan, puan-puan dan para hadirin di atas talian yang dihormati sekalian. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera. Bersyukur kepada Tuhan kerana walaupun terdapat cabaran dari pandemik COVID untuk 2 tahun berturut-turut, kami berjaya juga melancarkan acara sambutan World Hearing Day atau Hari Pendengaran Sedunia secara atas talian untuk tahun 2022 yang bertema To Hear for Life, Listen with Care, iaitu untuk mendengar seumur hidup, jagalah pendengaran anda. Tumpuan tahun ini adalah untuk meningkatkan kesedaran pada kepentingan mendengar dengan selamat untuk mengekalkan pendengaran yang baik sepanjang hayat. Kami amat bertuah kerana pada pagi ini bersama-sama kita ialah salah seorang dari pelopor program Cochlear Implant PPUM, isteri mantan Perdana Menteri yang amat berbahagia Tun Dr. Siti Hasmah binti Haji Muhammad Ali. Kami ingin mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih atas kesudian yang amat berbahagia Tun Dr. Siti Hasmah binti Haji Muhammad Ali walaupun dalam kesibukan dengan baik hatinya meluangkan masa untuk menghadiri perasmian acara World Hearing Day 2022, kami di peringkat PPUM. Untuk acara hari ini, selain dari webinar, kami juga menyediakan peluang pemeriksaan pendengaran secara percuma dan pameran oleh vendor-vendor produk berkaitan dengan pendengaran dan pelbagai jenis alat-alat pendengaran di dataran Siti Khadijah, Menara Timur, Pusat Perubatan Universiti Malaya dari jam 9 pagi sehingga 4 petang. Jangan lepaskan peluang anda untuk mendapatkan ujian saringan pendengaran anda percuma. Webinar pagi ini dibahagikan kepada 3 sesi. Sesi pertama menumpukan kepada alat pendengaran peribadi atau personal listening device dan kesannya kepada pendengaran. Sesi kedua mengenai pendedahan bunyi yang kuat sewaktu bekerja dan rekreasi yang boleh menyebabkan kehilangan pendengaran. Sesi terakhir ialah mengenai pemeriksaan pendengaran yang boleh dibuat sendiri di rumah dan mengenai pelbagai alat pembantu pendengaran yang terdapat di Malaysia. Sesi webinar akan diakhiri dengan ceramah makan tengah hari oleh syarikat alatan pengenaran medal dan 20dB. Saya ingin mengambil kesempatan ini sebagai pengurusi majlis dan ketua jabatan otolaryngologi untuk mengucapkan ribuan terima kasih kepada ahli-ahli jawatan kuasa dan kaki tangan yang bertungkus lumus menjayakan acara hari ini. Dengan ini, saya mengakhiri ucapan saya dengan peribahasa ini. Sekepal menjadi gunung, setitik menjadi laut. Saya harap webinar ini dapat meningkatkan sedaran mengenai masalah pendengaran dan menggalakkan penjagaan telinga dan pendengaran antara para hadirin di atas talian dan mohon mengongsi maklumat dari webinar ini dengan keluarga, saudara mara dan rakan-rakan. Sekian, terima kasih.
Terima kasih Profesor Madya, Dr. Jayanti Kulasegra dengan ucapan tadi. Seterusnya, majlis dengan sukacitanya mempersilakan Yang Berbahagia Profesor Dr. Nazira binti Hasnan, Pengarah PPUM untuk menyampaikan ucapan beliau. Majlis dengan segala hormatnya mempersilakan.
Terima kasih Dr. Jacinta. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang amat berbahagia, Tun Dr. Siti Hasmah binti Haji Muhammad Ali yang berada bersama kita di atas talian. Yang dihormati Timbalan-Timbalan Pengarah dan Ahli Pengurusan Tertinggi PPUM. Yang dihormati Profesor Madya Dr. Jayanti, Anak Perempuan Kulasegra, Ketua Jabatan Otolaryngologi PPUM, pakar-pakar, ketua-ketua unit, ketua-ketua jabatan, pakar-pakar perunding, datuk-datuk, datin-datin, tuan-tuan, puan-puan dan para hadirin yang dihormati sekalian. Syukur kita kehadrat Allah SWT di atas kesempatan yang diberikan pada hari ini. Dapat kita berhimpun bersama-sama secara virtual bagi menjayakan program World Hearing Day peringkat PPUM tahun 2022. Sambutan tahun ini bertemakan To Hear for Life, Listen with Care. Dan dalam bahasa Malaysianya, untuk mendengar seumur hidup, jagalah pendengaran anda. Tahniah saya ucapkan kepada Jabatan Otolaryngologi PPUM di atas kesungguhan serta komitmen dalam menjayakan majlis ini. Kita juga tidak dapat menyembunyikan rasa keterujaan dan bangga di atas kesudian yang amat berbahagia Tun Dr. Siti Hasmah binti Muhammad Ali kerana dapat melapangkan masa untuk hadir merasmikan sambutan pada hari ini. It is indeed a very special day for all of us. We are very privileged to have you here with us, Tun. Para hadirin sekalian, saban tahun pada tanggal 3 Mac, sambutan World Hearing Day diadakan bertujuan untuk meningkatkan tahap kesedaran masyarakat dalam menghargai dan menjaga deria pendengaran kita. Sambutan Hari Istimewa ini telah mula diperkenalkan oleh World Health Organization sejak tahun 2007 dan saya amat berbangga kerana Jabatan Otolaryngologi is a very difficult word for me. Selama ini setiap tahun tidak pernah lupa untuk mengadakan sambutan hari ini. Syabas kepada jabatan. Merujuk kepada statistik yang dikeluarkan oleh WHO pada April 2021, sebanyak 5% daripada jumlah penduduk dunia atau bersamaan 430 juta orang dibelenggu dengan masalah kurang pendengaran. Daripada jumlah tersebut, dianggarkan seramai 5 juta ataupun 12.5% merupakan golongan kanak-kanak berusia sekitar 6 hingga 19 tahun, manakala anggaran seramai 26 juta orang merupakan golongan dewasa yang menghadapi risiko kehilangan kemampuan pendengaran disebabkan oleh pendedahan kepada kekerapan mendengar bunyi-bunyian yang terlalu kuat disebabkan aktiviti masing-masing ataupun disebabkan pekerjaan masing-masing. Di Malaysia, mengikut Jabatan Kesihatan Awam, dianggarkan 1 daripada 5 orang warga emas mengalami masalah pendengaran dan sekurang-kurangnya 3 orang daripada setiap 1000 kelahiran bayi mengalami masalah pendengaran. Risiko ini didapati meningkat sebanyak 10 kali ganda kepada setengah bayi yang dimasukkan ke unit rawatan intensif. Masalah pendengaran jika tidak dikesan di kalangan bayi yang baru lahir akan menjejaskan perkembangan mereka untuk berkomunikasi. Jika dibiarkan ianya berlarutan, mereka dikuatiri akan kehilangan keupayaan untuk mendengar dan bercakap. Menyingkap kepada sejarah lalu, program cochlear implant PPUM telah dilancarkan pada tahun 1996 semasa PPUM masih bergelar Hospital Universiti lagi. Pembedahan koklear pertama berjaya dilaksanakan oleh Yang Berbahagia Tan Sri Profesor Dr. Amin bin Jalaluddin pada waktu itu. Program ini sudah tentu tidak akan berjaya tanpa sokongan dan usaha gigih Yang Amat Berbahagia Tun Dr. Siti Hasmah binti Muhammad Ali dan Yang Amat Berbahagia Tuan Datuk Sri Hajah Aisyah Ong dalam mewujudkan dana khas untuk menampung kos pembedahan yang tinggi. Dan hari ini PPUM berasa amat bertuah kerana pelopor program cochlear implant PPUM iaitu Yang Amat Berbahagia Tun Dr. Siti Hasmah dapat hadir bersama-sama kita bagi merasmikan sambutan kali ini. Saya ingin mengucapkan tahniah kepada Jabatan Otorhinolaryngology PPUM ke atas kejayaan program cochlear implant ini, terutama dalam memberi kesedaran dan juga perkhidmatan yang lebih baik, khususnya kepada masyarakat setempat dan rakyat Malaysia umumnya. Saya juga ingin mengucapkan tahniah kepada Prof. Jayanti dan Jabatan Otorhinolaryngology. Again, I got it wrong. Otorhinolaryngology kerana mengadakan program pada hari ini. Saya berharap dengan program seumpama ini akan dapat meningkatkan tahap kesedaran masyarakat umum dan juga warga PPUM akan betapa pentingnya deria pendengaran kita. Janganlah kita malu atau segan untuk mendapatkan bantuan sekiranya kita menghadapi masalah pendengaran. Saya difahamkan program kesedaran dan pengajaran yang diadakan hari ini adalah bersifat multidisiplинari seiring dengan aspirasi PPUM untuk mengadakan perkhidmatan bersifat holistik dan multidisiplинari. Semoga program hari ini memberi manfaat kepada semua hadirin. Dengan itu, sekian. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Yang Berbahagia Pengarah dengan ucapan sebentar tadi. Hadirin sekalian, kini majlis akan diteruskan lagi dengan ucapan perasmian yang akan disempurnakan oleh Yang Amat Berbahagia Tun Dr. Siti Hasmah binti Haji Muhammad Ali, isteri mantan Perdana Menteri Yang Amat Berhormat Tun Dr. Mahathir Mohamad. Majlis dengan segala hormatnya mempersilakan.
Terima kasih pengacara majlis. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang Berbahagia Profesor Dr. Nazira, pengarah PPUM, yang berusaha Profesor Madya, Dr. Jayanti Kulansegara, Ketua Jabatan DNT, pakar-pakar perunding, tetamu-tetamu yang dihormati, ketua-ketua jabatan, seterusnya tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang saya hormati sekalian. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera and a very good morning to all of you, to every one of you. Terlebih dahulu saya juga ingin mengucapkan terima kasih, syukur Alhamdulillah kepada Allah SWT kerana memberi peluang kepada kita semua berkumpul pada hari ini meraihkan majlis Hari Pendengaran Sedunia 2022 peringkat PPUM. Dan kita berdoakan supaya hari ini diberkati oleh Allah SWT. Yang keduanya, saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada penganjur kerana sudi menjemput saya dan Tok Panasya Ong yang tidak dapat hadir pada hari ini. Tetapi kami semuanya berbangga dan mengucapkan terima kasih kepada PPUM kerana menjemput kami di dalam Hari Sedunia Pendengaran 2022 mengingati semua berkenaan dengan pentingnya alat-alat pendengaran kepada kita manusia. Dan saya ucapkan tahniah. Selepas kita dengar tadi, kita semua dengar semua acara-acara yang diaturkan oleh Jabatan ANT dan pasukan-pasukannya dalam beberapa acara untuk memberi makluman yang benar berkenaan dengan jagaan pendengaran sesuatu golongan khasnya yang muda dan yang warga emas. Ya. Saya cukup berbangga kerana usaha-usaha ini akan memberi manfaat kepada rakyat jelata dan diharapkan semua ibu-ibu, guru-guru, ibu bapa semuanya tidak malu-malu mengambil peluang yang keemasan ini secara percuma datang ke pusat-pusat pendengaran di rata-rata tempat di dalam negara kita ini untuk mengambil peluang diperiksa baik untuk diri kita ataupun untuk anak-anak kita. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, panca indera yang Tuhan kurniakan pada kita amatlah banyak. Yang pertama sekali panca indera kelihatan, panca indera pendengaran. Dua-dua panca indera ini kalau siapa-siapa bertanya kepada saya yang mana satu yang penting, kelihatan ataupun pendengaran, saya akan jawab kedua-duanya penting. Kalau kita lihat kan umpamanya, kalau saya lihat burung tu dekat ada pokok tu, saya boleh lihat je. Tetapi bila dia menyanyi, saya tak dengar. Sebab pendengaran kurang. Itu tak sampailah maksud kita tu untuk mendengar apa yang lagu yang burung tu menyanyi untuk kita. Oleh itu, pendengaran dan penglihatan kedua-duanya penting bagi kita. Yang lain tu bahuan dan rengkung, suara dan sentuhan pun sama penting, tapi yang penting sekali ialah kelihatan dan pendengaran yang kita tonjolkan pada hari yang berbahagia ini. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, apa juga yang Tuhan tu kurniakan kepada kita, patut kita hargai kerana ini yang cukup istimewa bagi manusia. Untuk hidup normal, selesa dan sempurna, kita perlu ada panca indera yang kelima-lima ini, khasnya pendengaran dan kelihatan. Tetapi kita mestilah jaga kurniaan Tuhan ini dengan sebaik-baiknya. Sebab ini datang daripada Tuhan. Ya? Kita tak bolehlah abaikan apa juga yang Tuhan beri kepada kita setakat ini. Dan saya tahu pendengaran kita ni boleh hilang. Dengan pertamanya, senang saja saya ceritakan. Kalau anak kita tu dilahirkan semula jadi tak dapat nak mendengar. Dan oleh sebab tu ibu bapa perlu pandai berkesan apabila anak tu tidak ada respon apa-apa bila kala bercakap dengan dia ataupun bila dia membesar. Maknanya dia pekak bisu, deaf and dumb daripada mula. Dan dengan keadaan seperti itu, perlulah ibu bapa berjumpa dengan pakar-pakar pendengaran dan mereka akan sebetulnya recommend menasihati yang anak tu perlukan cochlear implantation. Yang mana saya sebagai pengurusi bakti pada tahun 1990-an dan Datuk Padasya Ong seperti pegawai kebajikan bakti, kami berdua telah memutuskan yang bakti akan membantu cochlear implantation yang pertama sekali di UM. Ada tempat-tempat lain pun dah pun mula, tapi di UM itu yang pertama kali dibuat oleh Profesor Tan Sri Muhammad Amin, dan kami berbangga untuk menjadi penyumbang bagi anak yang memerlukan cochlear implantation tu. Tapi yang lain-lain itu pada masa ini, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, kita sedih dan kita berasa bimbang kerana pendengaran kita ini perlu kita jaga. Tetapi pada masa ini sangat popular sekali. Ada alat-alat peribadi yang ramai menggunakan, khasnya anak-anak muda dan remaja yang dengan ada alat peribadi, iaitu secara memakai earphones yang lengkap kepada telinga mereka saban sehari, saban malam. Tidak ada kawalan berkenaan dengan volumenya, kuat ke atau tidak ke, ataupun masa batasannya. Acara-acara ini perlu dikawal sebab anak-anak kita tu belum pandai lagi hendak mengaturkan cara-cara menggunakan headphones. Mereka kita tahu lah, anak-anak remaja kan kata kita pun, kita naklah lagu pop-pop, itu kan pop-pop ye yang kuat-kuat tu. Kan kata earphone tu dia buatkannya sekuat-kuat masa, sekuat-kuat bunyinya, itu satu dah kesalahan. Dan keduanya, mereka nanti pakai earphone tu sepanjang hari. Tak buka-buka. Ya, malam pun tidur tu pun dengan lagu-lagu yang kuat-kuat. Apa jugalah yang dia dengar tu. Ini merosakkan pendengaran dan kalau berpanjangan tidak dapatlah kita rawati dan pekak pendengaran anak itu akan berkekalan sehinggalah hayatnya. Dan bila ketika itu kita tak dapat nak tolong kerana pendengaran mereka itu dah rosak dan tidak boleh dibetulkan lagi. Dan oleh itu, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, kita perlu ajar anak-anak kita dan anak-anak remaja dan orang tu pun, kadang-kadang orang tu pun nak dengar lah kan. Kalau dengar azan tu tak apalah, tapi dengar lagu-lagu pop-pop ye ni semua ni yang kuat-kuat tu tak payahlah, kita dah tua dah. Kan? Warga emas, warga platinum macam saya tu tak payahlah, tapi hendaklah juga lagu-lagu yang merdu, yang boleh menyenangkan jiwa kita dan memberi nasihat pada kita, itu perlu kita dengar, tetapi ada masanya, caranya yang guna headphones ni. Kita perlu kawal volumenya tinggi atau tidak, tetapi tuan-tuan dan puan-puan tahu sajalah kalau yang remaja dengan yang muda tu hendaklah dengar lagu-lagu tu setinggi-tinggi volumenya, dan juga kita mesti kawal berapa lama setiap kali yang mereka gunakan headphones ni. Dia mesti berehat daripada mendengar supaya mesti ada batasannya. Kita tidak memakai headphone tu sepanjang hari, sepanjang malam. Dan sebab kita nak mengelakkan kerusakan pendengarannya yang boleh berkekalan sehinggalah hayat nanti. Dan dengan itu kita tak boleh lagi tolong kerana dah rosaklah alat-alat pendengaran dalam telinganya itu. So itu tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, perayaan Majlis Hari Pendengaran Sedunia 2022 dari PPUM ini amat berfaedah kepada semua rakyat jelata. Dan saya menyuruh kepada ibu bapa, guru-guru dan semua anak-anak muda kita, ambillah peluang pada masa ini untuk pergi ke klinik yang berdekatan untuk diperiksa, sebab periksaan itu semuanya percuma. Yang boleh dapat nasihat bagaimana untuk nak menggunakan alat-alat pendengaran yang peribadi ataupun tidak. Jangan kita abaikan pendengaran itu. Ini satu panca indera yang Tuhan kurniakan kepada kita dan kita tak bolehlah mengabaikan apa pemberian Tuhan kepada kita. Kita mesti jaga kalau kita nak dengar apa juga yang berlaku sekeliling kita. Kita tak boleh imagine, kita sendiri tak boleh imagine seseorang anak kecil yang semula jadi tidak ada cochlear, yang tak dapat dengar lagu-lagu, bunyian-bunyian burung, dengar cakapan, perkataan daripada ibu bapa, pekak bisu daripada mula, deaf and dumb. Dan yang itu perlulah ada cochlear implantation. Tetapi yang kita yang dewasa, kasihan anak-anak muda dengan remaja, perlulah berjaga-jaga sebab kita mesti hargai apa yang Tuhan beri kepada kita. Ada 5 panca indera, tetapi yang penting sekali, semuanya penting, tetapi yang penting sekali ialah panca indera kelihatan dan panca indera pendengaran. Dan saya harap dengan ada perayaan Majlis Hari Sedunia, Hari Pendengaran Sedunia 2022 melalui PPUM, kita harap mesej kita ni, pesanan kita ni yang simple, yang kita merayu kepada semua ibu bapa dan anak-anak juga, orang tua pun, ya, pergilah ke klinik yang berdekatan untuk diperiksa. Periksaan tu jangan malu. Itu yang saya nak rayukan kepada semua ibu bapa kan, yang ada anak yang bisu, jangan berasa malu. Jangan berasa guilty kerana anak tu dilahirkan deaf and dumb. Bukan salah kita, memang dah terjadi dah. Kan? Kita nanti berasa guilty kalau kita tidak berusaha. Tuhan tu menurunkan penyakit, ya betul, kita terima tu. Tetapi Tuhan tu juga menurunkan rawatannya yang kita mestilah ikhtiar untuk mencari apa rawatan itu dan menggunakan untuk kebaikan kita. Inilah tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, saya merayu kepada semua, kan, you can imagine not hearing a little bit of the birds singing, a little bit of sound of music. Just now before this program, there was music so beautiful, the Latin American music. Now, how can we miss all that? If we don't have good hearing, we will not be able to listen to all this nice music. Dan music, bila tolong ingat, music is a therapy also. Ya, tapi bukanlah nak sekuat-kuatnya. Soft music is wonderful. Sound of music. The sound of the birds tweeting around you. The sound of your parents' voices and your siblings. These are all creation by Allah SWT, and we have to value it forever in our life. and therefore we have to be careful of what we use for hearing, especially all of you remaja, anak-anak muda and remaja. Please be careful about your using your headphones. It is not the style to walk around day in and day out with your headphones stuck to your head and your ears, because you will be just destroying your hearing mechanism. So to all of you, ibu-ibu bapa dan guru-guru dan semuanya anak-anak yang mendengar rayuan saya ini, kan saya harap ambillah peluang yang keemasan ni, mendapat nasihat dan mendapat pandangan daripada pakar-pakar perunding yang ada di klinik-klinik yang berdekatan. Ambillah peluang ni. Jangan berasa malu ibu bapa jangan berasa malu. Jangan berasa guilty, especially you mothers. Don't feel guilty because you have a baby born with no cochlea. It's not your fault. You will feel guilty if you don't make an effort to remedy it. Yeah. So jangan rasa guilty, dan saya harap banyak lagi rakyat kita seluruh negara yang tercinta ini akan mendengar pesanan-pesanan Dr. Jayanti, Dr. Nazira, semuanya yang memberi khidmat kepada rakyat jelata. Ya. So saya harap ambillah peluang ini, ibu bapa dan warga-warga MAS pun, kan, ambillah peluang ini untuk mendapat sebanyaknya makluman dan pertolongan dan nasihat daripada pakar-pakar kita di mana-mana juga tempat ENT. Ya, itulah yang harapan saya. Janganlah pakai headphones ya anak-anak. Kalau kita nak dengar music boleh, nak pakai headphones tu boleh, tetapi perlu mengikuti caranya yang kita gunakan. Jangan kuat-kuat. Kita tak tahu berapa kuat yang anak-anak semua gunakan earphones. Itu satu, the volume. Yang keduanya, masa. Tak ada batasan langsung. Headphones tu dekat ke kepala, ke telinga tu siang malam. Tidur pun dengan tu. Ini salah. Ya. Ini cuma merosakkan pendengaran kita, dan akan tiba satu masanya yang pendengaran kita rosak berkekalan, dan kita tidak boleh buat apa-apa lain membantunya. Ya, so ambillah nasihat saya yang tidak berapa profesional sebagai Dr. Jayanti dan Profesor Dr. Nazira, tapi itulah pengalaman saya sendiri, dan saya secara peribadi dan bagi pihak Tok Puan Asyaang cukup berbangga menjadi donor yang pertama bagi Profesor Dr. Amin mengadakan cochlear implantation di UM bertahun-tahun dulu, dalam 90-an. Ya. Dan harap banyak lagi anak-anak kita di luar sana kan akan dapatlah pertolongan daripada mana-mana pihak sekiranya mereka memerlukan cochlear implantation. Dan yang anak-anak yang remaja, yang dewasa ni, kita nasihatkanlah, jagalah, dan jangan pakai headphones tu dan tanpa cara-cara yang betul. Ya, itu saja. Sekali lagi saya nak peringatkan, pendengaran dan penglihatan adalah panca indera yang dikurniakan kepada kita oleh Tuhan Subhanahu Wa Taala, dan kita mesti hargainya. Jangan kita try. Ya, kalau kita try itu maknanya kita tidak menghargai apa yang Tuhan beri kepada kita. dan kita akan bersalah dan tidaklah dapat rahmat daripada Allah SWT. Itu sajalah pesanan saya, dan saya dengan bangganya, and I'm very, very proud, and I'm very much privileged and honored by the organizers of this event, and who chose me to launch Hari Pendengaran Sedunia 2022 peringkat PPUM pada hari ini, and I'm very proud to do so with pleasure and privilege and honor. So that is all I have to tell all of you. Yeah, please carry on with your good work, Jabatan Pendengaran PPUM. I should congratulate you because you have had a series of programs for the people. Please carry on, and with your dedication and your hard work, you will be blessed with all the goodness of Allah and success in your work for later on. So with that, I take this opportunity and privilege to launch Hari Sedunia Pendengaran 2022 peringkat PPH dengan rasminya. So, sekian saja. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Yang Amat Berbahagia Tun dengan ucapan tadi. Seterusnya, marilah kita sama-sama menyaksikan tayangan montaj untuk menyempurnakan majlis perasmian World Hearing Day peringkat PPUM 2022. Dengan berakhirnya tayangan montaj sebentar tadi, maka sempurnalah sudah Majlis Sambutan World Hearing Day 2022 peringkat PPUM secara atas talian pada pagi ini. Sekali lagi, Majlis ingin mengucapkan jutaan terima kasih kepada Yang Amat Berbahagia Tun Dr. Siti Hasmah binti Haji Muhammad Ali kerana sudi merasmikan dan bersama kita secara atas talian pada pagi ini. Jangan lepaskan peluang ini untuk mendapatkan ujian saringan pendengaran percuma di tingkat 2 Pasar Siti Khadijah, Menara Timur, PPUM. Akhir kata, sehingga bertemu lagi, sekian, terima kasih.
Thank you so much, Tun, for making time for us today. We are very, very privileged, very, very honored to have you with us. And thank you for all the advice. We'll take it on, definitely. And we wish you the best of health.
Thank you very much.
We love you, Tun.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you.
Well done. Yay! Nice photos. My mom.
Untuk program seterusnya, saya akan menggunakan bahasa Inggeris sebagai bahasa pengantara. We have prepared a couple of lectures and video presentations for today's event. The series of lecture will be followed by short quizzes, which will be displayed for 20 seconds for the audience to go through. Kindly submit your answers for quiz in question box. If you have any technical issues, you may ask and contact us via the Zoom or YouTube chat box. The winner for each set of questions will be announced at the end of today's program. 2 winners will be selected for each set of questions. Don't miss out the golden opportunity of winning a 20 ringgit worth Grab e-voucher. Without further ado, let's proceed to the first session of today's lectures, which is mainly about personal listening device usage and its effects. I would like to introduce our first speaker for today, Dr. Kumar Silvakumar. He graduated with medical degree from University of Malaya and a PhD from University of Western Australia. He has been teaching at Department of Physiology, Faculty of Medicine, University of Malaya for the past 15 years. Trained in areas of auditory neurophysiology, his research interest spans a wide area which includes auditory neuroscience, audiology, psychoacoustics. Currently, he runs an auditory lab and supervises postgraduate and PhD candidates. Now, I would like to invite upon Dr. Kumar to deliver his lecture on hearing loss from using personal listening device. Dr. Kumar, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much to all of you, and thank you for inviting me for the talk. Happy World Hearing Day. I think we heard so much from Tun Siti Hasma that she has actually summarized what I'm about to say, but today I will give you data to support some of the things that she has mentioned. Are you all able to see my slide?
Yes, Dr. Kumar, we can.
Let me just make it into a full screen. Okay. Personal listening devices, or PLDs, are actually portable devices connected to earphones. It was first introduced in 1980s by Sony, and after which it transformed the way that we listen to music. By late 1990s, we had iPods and MP3 players. And currently, for most of us, including teenagers and young children, they listen to music via their smartphones. So these devices currently can produce high quality digital music, which means there's very little distortion even when you set it at maximum volume. And these devices allow large storage capacity. You can store thousands of songs, and they have long-lasting battery, which allows them to listen to hours on end. So today's talk, I will be addressing 3 important questions. Can the use of PLDs lead to hearing damage? 2, how does the hearing damage occur? And 3, can we limit the hearing damage from these devices? First of all, let's look at the output produced by the devices. We characterize sound level using unit decibel. And if you look at this chart, the iPod here at the maximum volume setting can produce sound at beyond 100 decibels, close to 115 decibels. This is equivalent to sound from chainsaws and jackhammers. So if you can imagine putting this kind of sound directly into your ear when listening to earphones. So if you want to know whether it's high risk or low risk, you need to have a comparison with safety limit. The current noise-induced hearing damage, since it's historically an occupational issue, the limit is all based on the occupational safety limit. So the limit that is recommended worldwide is 85 decibels for 8 hours a day. Now the limit doesn't necessarily only address the listening volume, which is in decibels or dB, but also the duration of your listening. Since the output from PLB is not strictly similar to what you experience in noise in occupational setting. WHO has recommended a slightly lower level of safety limit. This is 80 dB for those who are above 12 years old and 75 dB for children below 12. And the safety listening duration for these levels are 40 hours in a week. The reason why weekly duration is given is because unlike your occupational setting, you don't have work a limit in terms of duration. So 8 hours a day of a working day times 5 working days in a week, that gives you roughly about 40 hours in a week. So there's another calculation we need to be aware of. Every time you increase the level of volume 3 dB above the safety limit, right? So you have this is known as exchange ratio. So this exchange ratio means that, let's say from 75, you increase to 78. You halve the safe listening duration from 40 to 10 and so on. And if you can see from this calculation that I've done, if you are setting the volume at, or your children are setting your volume close to maximum limit, this is above 100 dB. So the safe duration is only within minutes for the entire week. There's often a rule of thumb, that you might have heard, that the recommendation of 60% of volume setting for 60 minutes a day. So 60 minutes a day is 1 hour, so 7 hours a week. That should correspond to somewhere here, 7 hours a week. So the listening volume should range between 80 to 90 dB. So in order to check whether this rule of thumb is appropriate, what I've done is actually gone back into my lab and took samples of 12 Android phones of various brands that are coupled to your stock earphone. Your stock earphone means the earphones that you come when you buy these headset, the phones. Yeah? And they played standard music and then recorded the volume. So you can see x-axis is your volume setting in percentage, right? And y-axis is the output. If you increase your volume setting, there's a linear increase in your volume output in dB. Yeah. But there's also a little bit of variation between each set of smartphone. This is due to the audio chipset in the phone as well as the sensitivity of individual earphones. So looking at the 60 dB setting, you can see the range is actually between 80 to 90, which corresponds to the recommendation earlier. I've also done some work among teenagers in high school in Klang Valley. So we selected 177 students in 3 different schools close to UM, and we measured their exposure level, both duration and listening duration and listening volume. And on the right side, you can see the trend of this exposure is close to a bell curve, normal distribution. The peak is roughly about 60. So at one glance, it appears that it's majority of them are actually listening at safe volume. But if you take the cutoff of 80 per WHO's recommendation, about 5% of them are at risk. Now, 5% is still a large number. So in recent years, because of the pandemic and increase in usage of earphones, WHO has estimated almost half of the population aged between 15 to 35 years old are at risk. Which means if I do the same research today, I would expect the curve to shift rightward with a peak around 80. Now, what has changed? This research was done more than 10 years ago. In the last 10 years, the device that these teenagers use have changed. They mostly use MP3 players last time. Now, every one of them have a smartphone, right? And the duration, because everything is online now, they have been using for a longer period. Now let's compare the output of these listening devices compared to other sources of recreational noise, like for example, stereo system, aircraft, drilling, power tools, concerts, and so on. So The mean is roughly 76. So this is close to the estimation of WHO, close to 80. And however, it's interesting to see there's a large range from 60 to above 90. This range, we are interested also to know what causes some teenagers to increase the volume. Turn out to be one major factor is the place they are listening to. Sorry. When you're listening in a very noisy environment, for example, down the street or while traveling in a train, you tend to increase the volume due to masking effect, because the loud noise from outside actually comes into your ear and masks the music that you're listening to. So the users tend to increase the volume. So to answer your the first question, can the device pose a risk of hearing? Absolutely yes, but it depends on your listening habit, how long you listen to and what volume you listen to. Second, I'll address the question of whether how this damage occurs. So briefly, I'll explain how sound is heard. So when sound enters into your ear, the pinna, and it goes through your ear canal, reaches the eardrum, and passes through middle ear bones before going into your fluid-filled coil structure known as cochlea inside your inner ear. This structure contains very sensitive sensory cells. These sensory cells help to convert your mechanical sound into electrical activity that's passed on to your brain through your auditory nerve. High levels of music from your PLDs actually disrupts and damages the sensory cells. So this damage is irreversible because these sensory cells do not regenerate, and currently there's no treatment available, which means it will be permanent for life. The damage is also gradual, which means it takes years before you actually experience actual hearing loss. There are thousands of these sensory cells, so that's one of the reasons. Two, it's not that if you listen to music today, tomorrow you're going to have hearing loss. It will take, probably many years before you experience one. It is also silent. Since I told you it takes many years, it's usually unnoticed during the initial stage. This is also because the damage usually happens at frequency outside the speech range. That means you don't have an experience of loss of hearing in day-to-day communication. Next, this type of hearing loss is also sometimes called hidden because it's not detected during a standard hearing test in an early stage. So I'll introduce how hearing is tested. Yeah. So if you visit an audiology clinic, usually they will ask you to go inside the sound booth, then give you a headphone to listen to. You're supposed to press button while hearing soft sounds. These sounds are various frequencies, and the audiologist testing you will actually plot a graph known as audiogram based on the lowest level of sound that you can hear at various frequencies. So the plot here represents this range is the lower frequency, and here is the high frequency. So the worse your hearing, that means you have the threshold will be much higher, and if it's within 20 dB, it's normal. In this sample, you can see the high frequency is affected. So all of us are born with a fixed number of hair cells, so sensory cells when at birth. But as we age, there's a natural deterioration of sensory cells. This is an aging effect. What happens for noise-induced effect is it superimposes or rather accelerates the effect of aging at the high frequency because both of them occur at the same region. Here I've shown you the audiogram of females and males at various age groups. So on the left is female, the right is male. Generally, males have poorer hearing, right? And you can see at a high frequency, the hearing becomes worse as you age. So this is plotted from 20-year-old to up to 70 years old, right? So if you are listening regularly to music at a very young age, now we have children listening, at very even at a primary school level. So as they grow up, one thing that will happen is their aging effect will start earlier. That means instead of 30, 40, 50, this will become much earlier, 20, 30, 40. So by the time you reach, let's say 70, your hearing effects will be much worse. So this is how usage of personal listening devices, even though your effects are not clear now, this will worsen the aging effect, and you will have the consequences when you're much older. So this answers the second question. How does the damage occur? It causes permanent damage of sensory hair cells and lead to acceleration of your aging effects. Lastly, I will address the question of whether we can limit the hearing damage. Preventive steps can be taken at both individual levels and community levels. At the individual level, you can practice safe listening habits. I mentioned earlier, 60% volume setting, 60 minutes a day. That appears to be reasonable. You can take breaks in between and use volume limiters. So if you're a parent, you can set the volume limit in the smartphones. Nowadays, you have apps for that. You can also use certain specialized headphones. Like, for example, you have headphones like insert earphones or noise cancelling earphones. I think later on in other talks, they will be describing about different types of earphones also. So these help to reduce the masking effect from the noisy background that I mentioned earlier. And therefore, listeners tend to use at a lower level, even though the noise is there in the background. However, you should remember that despite using these headphones, the 60% volume setting and 60 minutes a day still applies. If you are worried about hearing loss or your ringing sensation called tinnitus, then you should get a hearing test. Next, at the community level, I think there should be much more effort in hearing health education, especially at the school level, and to teach children about safe listening habits. There should be more effort, and we should produce public health policies tailored to recreational noise exposure. And we don't have, right now, we don't have one in Malaysia. Also in future, this is a recommendation by WHO. What will happen is all of us, when we buy phones, we will have apps that will monitor your listening levels and tell you how much of percentage of safety limit have you reached. And they will give you messaging that will help you to monitor whether you are at the safe limit. So this, I think phone manufacturers will soon produce these kind of apps and install them when you buy your smartphones. So to answer the last question, yes, definitely we can take steps and should be taken both at community and individual levels. Right. So with that, thank you so much for inviting me. If you have any questions, please bring it up during the question and answer session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kumar. So if you have any questions, just hold on. We will have a question and answer session after the three lectures. So shortly, we will be displaying the Kahoot questions for you to answer. So displayed are the questions, Kahoot questions for quiz 1, and your 20 seconds starts now. Kindly submit your answers into the question box. So it's time's up. We shall move on to the next lecture for today, which will be delivered by Dr. Jay Shakti, a young emerging lecturer who has joined ENT Department, University of Malaya in year 2020 October. She graduated from University Science Malaysia, and her field of interest is pediatric ORL. She is currently venturing her career into pediatric vestibular disorders. I would like to call upon Dr. Jayashakti for her lecture today entitled Effects of Using Personal Listening Device on Vestibular and Balance Function. Dr. Jaya, floor is yours.
I would like to share on the effects of personal listening device usage on vestibular and balance function. Imagine this, having to wake up and go through life with no sense of gravity orientation, constant feeling of lightheadedness and off balance. You are having trouble reading signboard while walking or driving. You feel like you're on a roller coaster and you frequently have falls or bump into things. You are unable to concentrate with lessons or work, and carrying out daily activities becomes a burden. Well, these are among a few symptoms of a person with vestibular and balance impairment or dysfunction. My focus of presentation today will mainly be involving the adolescent and young adults aged between 10 to 25, as they are the regular users of personal listening device or PLD. Personal listening device or PLD usage has increased tremendously, predominantly among the adolescent and young adults. We have seen the revolution of music players from the late 1800s, and it is more portable and user-friendly now. Similarly, the headphones has become more light, portable, and can be used throughout the day. This includes the Bluetooth headsets, which are favorite amongst the adolescent and are worn throughout the day. The recent pandemic has increased the numbers of PLD users owing to work from home and online classes. Unsafe listening habit results in numerous detrimental effects. However, many may not be aware of the vestibular and balance dysfunction following unsafe listening habit using PLD. So let's first start with what is vestibular system. The vestibular system includes the part of inner ear and brain that processes the sensory information involved with visual stability, balance, and spatial orientation. There are 5 paired vestibular end organs, which includes the 3 semicircular canals and the utricle and saccule. What about balance? Balance is the ability to maintain body's center of mass over its base support. This is achieved through complex integration between the vision, proprioception, which makes up the joint and muscle signal, and the vestibular system. Balance is often described alongside postural control, which is the foundation to achieve independent standing and walking. Balance and postural control is vital to ensure safe locomotion activity of daily life. Many may not be aware that the effects of vestibular and balance dysfunction can be debilitating. Well, currently, there are many published studies and research involving occupational or work-related noise exposure, which affects vestibular and balance function. Recently, studies involving recreational noise exposure from discotheques and concerts resulting in vestibular and balance loss has emerged. So this is a study published in Italy involving 40 young adults exposed to disco music for 3 hours. Vestibular and balance tests were carried out before and after attending the disco, which revealed significant vestibular and balance impairment post-exposure to disco music. So the question now is, how can any form of noise exposure cause vestibular or balance dysfunction? Although still a subject of research, there are a few postulations. Firstly is the anatomical proximity. Anatomically, cochlea, which is the hearing organ, is located close to the vestibular organ. In fact, embryologically, cochlea and vestibular organ develop from the same structure, and it's in continuity, and it shares similar internal environment and blood supply. Next, the sound wave that travels through the cochlea travels to the vestibular organ too. Hence, similar mechanism that leads to hearing loss is believed to cause vestibular and balance dysfunction. So now we know that unsafe noise exposure can cause vestibular and balance dysfunction. So what's next? Adolescent and young adults with exposure to any unsafe listening habit needs to undergo vestibular and balance assessment along with hearing screening. There are plenty available assessments which can assess each vestibular and organ separately, as well as to test the overall balance and posture function. Here in UMMC, we have developed a balance and vestibular screening program both for adolescent and young adults. This program includes general ENT examination, hearing screening, followed by a thorough vestibular and balance assessment. And I would like to share a few of the assessments today. We use the synopsis of VHIT-Ulmer system. VHIT, or Video Hit Impulse Test, offers an objective assessment of the function of all 6 semicircular canals individually. It's a quick and safe test, and it takes less than 5 minutes. As you can see from the picture here, I'm performing VHIT on a 5-year-old child. We also perform VEMP, or vestibular evoked myogenic potential, to assess both saccule and utricle function, and this test involves placement of a few electrodes and requires participant to look upward or move in lateral position. VEMP is a safe, quick, and easy test and can be done in children. As you can see here, VEMP is carried out in a 4-year-old child. We have other vestibular assessments to look at the functional aspects of the vestibular organ. These tests can tell us how severely can vestibular and balance dysfunction affect our daily activity, such as reading and learning. As for balance assessment, our rehab unit has the computerized dynamic posturography. This test enables assessment of the postural stability and individual use of each component of balance. Those who undergo hearing screening here with us will have a baseline result of their hearing, vestibular, and balance tests. And if there is an abnormal result of functional impairment, the next plan will be vestibular rehabilitation. Vestibular rehabilitation encompasses simple home-based exercise to a more advanced rehabilitation according to functional loss. We have our protocol for vestibular rehabilitation for both children and adults. Yet, we all know that prevention is better than cure. Hence, please practice safe listening. Currently, we have a free vestibular and balance screening program for adolescents aged between 12 to 18 years. If you're interested, please do contact us. And finally, please remember to hear for life, listen with care.
Thank you, Dr. Jaya,
all,
for the
and stay
comprehensive
safe.
lecture. Thank you, Dr. Jaya, for the comprehensive lecture. I hope that the audience have benefited from the lecture. And it's quite interesting to actually get to know that indeed person listening device can use imbalance, especially vestibular disorders. Displayed are the Kahoot questions for quiz for second lecture. So 20 seconds starts now. Dear participants, do not forget to submit your responses into the question box. If you put it in the chat box, we might actually miss it. So the 20 second is up. Next, I would like to introduce Puan Siti Hufaida binti Kunting, whom is our senior audiologist at University Malaya Medical Center. She graduated from University Kebangsaan Malaysia in year 2008 and has been an audiologist at UMMC since then. She's a well-experienced person with good knowledge and hearing loss in community. Now, I would like to invite upon Puan Siti Hufaida to deliver her lecture on types of personal listening devices.
Thank you, Dr. Jacinta, for inviting me in my sharing. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and very good morning to all of audience. Okay, so today I would like to share the presentation about the type of personal listening device. So, I will put my presentation in dua bahasa, in Malay and English. So, at least we can have more understanding on the personal listening devices. Okay, so for the introduction, okay, what is the personal listening devices? Personal listening devices is the portable devices that connected to the ear that provide sounds. Okay, and the listening device is used to transmit sounds to the ear, and it consists of a transducers and fitting to accommodate in the ear, on the ear, or over the ear. Okay, so for examples, the headphones and the earphones. We know that from this program, we hope that the knowledge of the PLD, we show that the importance of having the knowledge of the PLD, because we don't want that the patients in our family have the hearing loss due to excessive noise exposure. So this is the basic of the personal audio devices and how it's transmitted to the listening device and whereby the patient or by the person. Okay, so we have sources, okay, sources, and we transmit the sources to the listening device with transducer that put on your ear, in your ear or over your ear. In normal hearing populations, okay, the needs of PLD increased during this pandemic. Okay, as the previous presenter also highlight this issue. As we all know, in the school age children, we have lots of online classes, which is before we don't have these kids, these small kids exposed to the headphone or earphone. But now it's very, very, what we call it, very, very normal and very familiar with the new norms. Yeah, and for youth, they have the online classes with the headphone, and most of them is having a gaming with the earphones, even the iPod. And I think most of the parents also aware about the usage is very, we call it is very high now, because they stay at home and usually they will put the earphone all over the night. Okay, and for adults, they have a work from home, so most of them also exposed to the personal devices. And some of us is also use the PLD when watching the televisions or movie. Okay, the types of personal listening devices selections must depending on a few elements. Okay, because today I would like to share with you how we can choose or what is the elements that we must know, okay, to
to choose the right PLD. Okay, first is the type of transducer. Okay, we must know what kind of transducer that good to our hearing and is safe for the listening. Okay, the second one is the volume control. Like I said before, we must use the volume control to reduce the sound that come in our ear. And then the third one is the quality of the technology. So for the transducer, we have three here. Okay, we have the headphones, insert phone, and the bone conduction. Okay, if you notice, the most common one is headphone. Okay, but I think there is disadvantage because the headphone is bigger size. Okay, but actually it's very safe to our ear. Okay, because they have noise canceller, it's better noise canceller. Okay, and it's over the ear. So the second one, I think the most popular among the youth is the insert phone, okay, because it's small. And if small, they can have it and easily to putting in the bag. So this is usually they use it for gaming, for even online classes, because it's a very small and very convenient to have it. Okay, and then the third one is the bone conduction. Okay, it's quite popular now, the bone conduction transducer. Especially for those that having outdoors activities, usually they have this kind of bone conductions transducer to make the activities smooth, and some of them feel more comfortable with this one. Okay, so this is like a table. Okay, how we can differentiate the type of transducer. Like I said before, the headphone, the noise cancellation is good. And the sound quality actually is excellent, okay? Because from Dr. Kumar's lecture just now, we know that if the sound quality is good and excellent, we are not tend to increase the volume so much, okay? Best we can reduce the volume control, but the size is a little bit bigger, but it's safer to you. Okay, the second one is the insert phone. Okay, the noise cancellation is medium, and the sound quality is good. That's why it's I think the choice of the most of the people want to have the insert phone. Okay, but of course we need to minimize the usage. And the third one, the bone conduction, the noise cancellation is lower because it's not put in the ear, is behind the ear as the mastoid. So the sound quality is quite lower compared to these two, headphone and insert phone. And the size of the device is medium. So most of the most of the people that having this kind of outdoor activities tend to use the bone conductions because it's more natural. Okay, so there is a lot of question. Okay, what are the safest transducers type for the hearing? Okay, so from here, from this table, you can know that the researchers agree that the headphone over the ear type are the safest for the hearing. Okay, the second element is the volume control. Okay, so we must follow the 60-60 rules, which is a rule for listening for no more than 60 minutes a day at the intensity of less than 60% of the device maximum volume control. This is a must. So today we hope that this particular system or rules you must remember and tell everyone in your family that you must follow 60-60 rules. Okay, and explain to them what is the rules. Okay, so some of the PLD also have the volume software. It's automatic volume reduction, which can reduce the listening volume based on the information from the user's profile. Means they manage to measure the user's profile, how many hours they use and what is the volume, and they can limit. Okay, if the listening is too long, they can limit the volume. Okay, reduce automatically. Okay, this is the examples. Okay, in the software, they have the smartphone visual interface for the safe listening. Okay, so if let's say the parents can have this kind of software, it's good, especially for those that having excessive using of the PLD. Okay. The third one is the quality and technology. Okay, in the system, in the PLD system, there is an active noise cancellation, ANC. So actually the function of this one is to reduce the noise. So if the noise is reduced, you can hear clearly. If you can hear clearly, you not tend to increase the volume. Okay, and also there's a DSP, digital signal processing. It enhances the quality of the sounds by converting the sound to digital. Also, this technology is very important in the PLD system. Okay. For those with the hearing loss, there are a few devices that can be used, such as personal listening devices. Okay, we have a rehabilitation and medical devices such as hearing aids, FM system, and other assistive devices. For example, here we have a hearing aid. Okay, if you noted, there is a complete in the ear canal type, okay, and RIC type. We have a cochlear implant, okay, for those that cannot hear well with the hearing aid because of the severity of the hearing is severe to profound. They cannot have the hearing aid alone. They need to be implanted. And we also have a FM system device that reduce the environment sounds, background sounds, okay, to increase the clarity of the sounds. Okay, this is type of hearing aids. Okay, if you noted, maybe you come over to the hospitals and you see the patient with the behind the ear type. Okay, that the device is wearing it behind the canal, behind the ear. Okay, we have the open feed type that's very quite small, cannot be seen by outside, but just tiny things. We have also receiver in the canal. Okay, we have the in the ear, in the canal, and completely in the canal. So the differences of this type is depending on your hearing level. We cannot just choose this because of our preference. We need to consider the hearing level, what we call it, the needs of the patient, and also the price also. Okay, the adjustment of hearing aid must be based on the patient hearing level and done by an audiologist with specific software. I would like to advise everyone and everyone of the audience, and please spread these things. Do not buy the hearing aid without the prescription and adjustment from an audiologist, okay? Because this may harm the current hearing and usually will provide poor audiology quality. Because we seen in the clinic, there's a patient that just buy it online, okay, just maybe it's very, very cheap, okay. You cannot imagine the price, okay, very, very cheap. Put in your parents' ear because they said they cannot come to the hospitals, okay, just buy it online and just get it outside of your door, you can get it, but it's very, very dangerous. Okay, please don't buy it online without the adjustment from audiologist. Okay, because if you bring these things to the audio unit, we also cannot adjust. Okay, because we don't know your level of hearing, and somehow they will harm your hearing, your current hearing. Okay, because maybe you just have mild hearing loss, but by using this device without the prescription, you will have a maybe severe hearing loss after that. Okay, so for the conclusions, okay, from my presentation, I hope that you bring this information and spread it up. Choose the right PLD that is safe for your hearing. Okay. Second, listen with care and follow the 60-60 rules. Okay. The third one, get the consultation from audiologist for hearing aid or CI amplification to avoid over-amplified. And the number 4, remember the hearing loss due to noise is permanent, okay, but it can be preventable. Okay, with that, thank you very much. Thank you, Puan Siti, for the very informative talk. That was very useful. So if you have any questions, kindly put it in the chat box. Displayed are the questions for quiz 3. Don't miss out the opportunity to win these Grab vouchers, and your 20 seconds starts now. So the 20-second is up. That completes our first session for today. Let's take a short break and watch a short video on detrimental effects of prolonged usage of personal listening devices. Sit back and enjoy the video.
Teresa. Yes.
Yes.
How many times I tell you, don't wear the headphones. Cannot hear me. Kak, panggil. Kira sini. Sama-sama. Masuk. Boleh. Grace, ya? Selamat pagi. Anak saya tak boleh dengar nasihat saya dalam satu hari. Berapa jam?
6 jam.
Ha? 6 jam? Saya pun tak pasti, doktor. 6 jam. Boleh saya tanya, apakah tempoh penggunaan alat seperti headphone yang sepatutnya untuk anak saya dengan apa tahap volume yang sepatutnya?
Untuk mudah ingat, kalau volume selalunya 100% kan, dia 0 to 100%, dilimitkan to 60%. 60% itulah tahap maksimum untuk kekuatan bunyi. Dan tempoh untuk penggunaan maksimum 60 minit. Dia ingat 60 lagi 60. Kita boleh buat untuk pendengaran bertahap, so boleh break penggunaan dia 5 minit, dengar, sambung balik dengar, lepas tu berhenti 5 minit untuk tempoh maksimum 60 minit. Dan kalau boleh kita galakkan untuk pembelian dipanggil noise cancelling device, okay, untuk headphone yang ada noise cancelling device supaya lebih selamat untuk telinga dengar. Okay.
Terima kasih, doktor.
Thank you, doktor.
I hope you guys have actually benefited from looking at the displayed video. So it gives you a nice overview of how long you can use and when should you stop using a personal listening device. So there are some questions from Dr. Jaya from the audience based on her lecture. Dr. Jaya, so there was a question asking, how many teenagers have you came across with vestibular impairment so far?
So it's interesting that ever since we started the vestibular screening program, children as young as 12 years have actually showed some form of vestibular impairment. It's just that the symptoms are very subtle that parents miss them. So we have started the vestibular screening program, which is free currently in our clinic. So I urge parents to please bring your child and get the hearing and both vestibular and balance checked.
Okay, thank you. And there's also another question. Any specific type of person listening device that is closely related to imbalance?
Okay, that's a very interesting question, actually. So there isn't any specific type of headphones, but it's just not the type of headphones that we use. It is the hours that we use. So the duration, the intensity. So try to minimize usage of headphone as much as you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jaya. So that's quite interesting to actually find out that children can also have vestibular imbalance. I think since it's not said, it's not detected. So I would like to extend our warmest thank you to all our three speakers, Dr. Kumar, Dr. Jaya, and Puan Siti, for being here, taking your time, and also giving us a comprehensive lecture to complete our first session. So we will display short poll questions for the viewers to try and test your knowledge. Don't be afraid. You can attempt the poll questions. You can always re-attempt it again and again. When I say don't be afraid, I can see some response coming in. Okay, so I think we'll close the poll for now. Don't worry, it will be displayed again. So share results. Let's see. Do headphone causes hearing loss? 17% answered and 100% actually got, 88% got the answer correct. Okay, and pertaining to second lecture, do you think headphone causes balance problem? 17 answered and 82 got it correct. That's very good. I think everyone is listening. Okay, so to Puan Siti's question, lecture, which will be the safest earphone? So 17 answered. Oh, Puan Siti, only 59 got it correct. Okay, but it's okay. We can always repeat Puan Siti's lecture again next year. So that's it. So we will, there's another question from the Zoom. I would read it out for the fellow speakers. Do hearing aids help improve hearing at specific frequencies or generally across all frequencies? I think Puan Siti would be a good candidate to take this. Puan Siti?
Okay, for the hearing aid, yes, the hearing aids improve the hearing for those that having a hearing loss. And there is a specific frequency that the hearing aid will be amplified because the hearing loss is described by the audiogram. We have a graph of the audiology test and it's depending on different frequency. The patient will be tested from 250 to 8 kilohertz. And the hearing aid will amplify every single frequency differently. Okay, means the hearing aid will amplify the frequencies, okay, but based on the personal hearing loss level. Okay, so I hope I answered the question.
Thank you, Puan Siti. So that completes our first session for today. Moving on to the next session, which concentrates mainly on work and recreational noise exposure and hearing loss. So I would like to call upon Dr. Faiz Baharuddin, a medical doctor by profession, graduated from University of Malaya in year 2013. He completed his postgraduate studies in Masters of Public Health in year 2017. He then pursued his doctorate in Doctor of Public Health and developed special interest in occupational medicine, sports science field, especially in field of musculoskeletal disorders and injury. He's certified occupational health doctor, medical impairment assessor, medical review officer, ergonomic trained person. And apart from there, he has also completed both postgraduate diploma in sports medicine and sports management by International Olympics. Now, I would like to invite upon Dr. Faiz to deliver his lecture on work legislation for noise exposure to prevent hearing loss. Dr. Faiz, the floor is yours.
Hello everyone. Thank you, Dr. Jacinta. I would like to share my screen. Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen now?
Yes, Dr. Faiz.
Yeah, okay.
Perhaps you want to enlarge your screen?
I already enlarged.
Okay, I think we can see your screen.
Yeah. So it's in full screen mode, right?
It's not in full screen mode.
Okay, let me do again. How about now?
You can actually use the presenter mode.
Yep.
We are still seeing in the presenter mode.
Wait.
Now it's perfect.
Not perfect? Okay. So I can start, right? Okay. Thank you very much for the organizer for inviting me. Such an honor for me to actually contribute and share my experience and knowledge on this particular field. So I'm Dr. Faiz Baharuddin. I'm from OSHI UMMC. I'm a public health and also occupational health physician. So I'm going to share on the work legislation for noise exposure to prevent hearing loss. As what has been mentioned from the previous lecture, okay, noise-induced hearing loss is basically is a permanent disorder. So means when anyone got the noise hearing loss, so there's no way for them to be recover back 100%, you know, but because it's permanent. But the good thing about NIHL or noise-induced hearing loss is actually preventable. So that's why it's very important for us to actually educate on how to prevent that. Okay, and before I start my slide, just a little bit on NIHL. So noise-induced hearing loss from occupation, okay, under statistic of DOSH, okay, the Department of Safety and Health Malaysia, and also the statistic of SOCSO, okay, for compensation, okay. NIHL was actually one of the top two disorder that being notified to DOSH from industry and also being compensated for SOCSO. Okay, so that's why it's very important for us to actually prevent this noise-induced hearing loss. And I will introduce you on this our act. Okay, there's two acts that we use for in occupational health in Malaysia. We have FMA 1967, which is what we call as Factory Machinery Act 1967. Okay, under this FMA 1967, we have one regulation, namely Factory and Machinery Noise Exposure Regulation, that was introduced in 1989 regarding pertaining to noise exposure. However, this regulation in 1989 has just been revoked in 2019 and improvised and being put under another law that we call OSHA 1994 law. So namely Occupational Safety and Health Noise Exposure Regulation. So what is the difference between these two regulations? One is basically they introduce a new noise limit, okay, in comparison with 1989 regulation. So the previous limit was 85 for action for action level. However, for this the new one is 82 decibel. Okay, another one is for those that know FMA is basically the enforcement is more on the factory. However, for OSHA, it will be used for all type of industry, even in the hospital, even in the in any workplace. So this is the difference between these two. Okay, so it's very important for us in occupational health. Okay, when we talk about occupational health, okay, it's a preventable measure. So means when we talk about OSHA 1994, it's stated under the law that it's the responsibility of the employer to ensure the safety and health of the staff. So one of the things that we do is basically to identify hazard, and one of the type of hazard that stated is basically noise hazard. So in the new regulation 2019, okay, employers shall ensure that statutory regulations are complied with. Okay, a noise control plan and program of action are developed. All level of management and employees are aware of the control measure. So when you identify hazard, you need to make sure that control measure, okay, need to be implemented for employees to reduce the hazard. Okay, all employees must be cooperate in use agreed safe work practice. And then another thing is about information on the noise, risk of exposure to noise, and what is the appropriate control measure must be disseminated to all workplace. Okay, a comprehensive what we call as personal hearing protection program. Okay, include the selection of PHP, which I'm going to introduce later, and instruction to employee in their correct use and maintenance is implemented. And last but not least, employees should be given enough training. Okay, it's not like when you give PPE to them, you expect them to use correctly. That is not the way. So the employer are also responsible to ensure the employee must be given a correct technique. Okay, based on my experience, I've seen we have occupational health clinic in UMMC. I've seen cases from industry with NIHL when we go to the workplace. The employer say that they already give the PPE. The employee also mentioned that they already use the PPE, but when we go there, actually the way they use the PPE is wrong. So this is another problem where they think they are safe, but actually the wrong way of putting for example, earplug is going to create an exposure to them in noise. Okay, and employers should recognize the role of hearing conservative administrator in the management of noise and protection of hearing at work. Okay, I would like to introduce to you a term what we call hearing conservation program. Okay, so this hearing conservation program is very important in reducing or managing the exposure of noise. There's several elements that you need to know. Okay, so I'm sure among the participants there will be employee. Definitely there will be employee here. Definitely there will be employer also here, and there will be a supervisor. So this is the opportunity for me to actually expose to all these terms so that some control measure or some improvement can be done at your particular workplace. Okay, the first component is noise risk assessment. Whatever it is, before you do anything, we need to do risk assessment. It's the same like we are when we face COVID-19. Basically, the hazard here is biological hazard, but when we talk about noise, the noise is a hazard. So whatever we do, we need to do risk assessment. So we need to identify the noise area, and we need to identify the worker that exposed to that particular hazardous noise. The second one, when we identify the risk, okay, when we certify and identify the risk based on the hazard, we identify hazard, we certify and calculate the risk, and we need to come up with the control measure. Okay, this is where there's a term where we call NRA, okay, noise risk assessor. It was introduced in the regulation. This is the certified personnel by DOSH, okay, to be able to do this control measure and plan and also to advise on this control measure. Looking at control measure under the hierarchy of control concept, there's few steps of control measure. You start with elimination, and then you have substitution, you have engineering control, you have administrative control, and you have PPE. And PPE is supposed to be the last and the bottom part of this, and the control measure. However, when we talk about noise, okay, you can actually divide into three, which is engineering control, administrative control, and PPE. In this case, as being mentioned by previous speaker, for PPE, you have a few types of PPE like earplug, earmuff, this kind of thing. And then there's another component where we call audiometric testing. So in this regulation, it's stated that annual audiometric testing need to be conducted. And audiometric station, okay, or booth need to be gazetted. Okay, and then for those that worker that exposed to noise, okay. And number 4 is the information, instruction, and training. The employer must give information, instruction to training. And last but not least, record keeping. Record keeping must be kept, okay, for about 30 years, okay, about the record so that it can be traced. Okay, this is about the identification of excessive noise. For identification of excessive noise, okay, employer can train one of their staff to actually do this simple identification of excessive noise or risk assessment. Okay, so what's the question? So the question is like, you need to identify whether any employee have any issue on hearing instruction, raised voice during normal conversation, is there any exposure to any loud noise at the workplace, okay? And then to simplify things, okay, you are provided, you will be provided with noise hazard identification checklist. So this is the question, important question that actually very simple. You just tick yes or no, and then you come up with whether is there any risk of exposure of noise to the employee or not. One of the example of the question is like, it is a raised voice needed to communicate. Do your employer notice a reduction in hearing over the course of the day? Okay, are your employer using any noise power tools or machinery? Are there noise due to impact or explosive source? You know, this kind of thing. Do your workers complain that there's too much noise at the workplace? Okay, do your worker experience ringing? Okay, like tinnitus sound differently in each ears? And last but not least, okay, has any employer start experience difficulty in hearing? Okay, does any equipment have manufacturer information about this particular disable? And is the latest noise risk assessment indicated exposure to noise exposure limit lah? So basically, you can Google this and you can get this checklist, and you can already start to do risk assessment at your workplace. And then when you identify there's a high risk of exposure to noise among your employees or at the workplace, you can actually employ, okay, a noise risk assessor or NRA, which registered under DG, okay, DG of DOSH. So the objective of this NRA, the function of this NRA is basically to identify all employees likely to be exposed to excessive noise, to obtain information on noise source, work practice that help formulation of new measure, okay, check the effectiveness of existing measure, whether the current control measure is enough or not. And they can also plan for new measure. They can also help in selection of accurate protective health hearing protection, okay, personal hearing protection. And they can also actually demarcate the hearing protection zone, okay, and determine the needs of establishing and implementing the HCP. And this is just a little bit illustrate about the noise risk assessment. As I mentioned, when there's a possibility of excessive noise, you continue or proceed with noise risk assessment and done by NRA, and then NRA will provide you with all this sort of information. Okay, and I would also like to introduce you, I think this one already being spoken by previous presenter, okay, about noise exposure limit, okay. The difference, as I mentioned, the difference between the 2019 regulation, OSHA 1994, in comparison with FFA 1967, noise regulation in 1989, the difference is about the pertaining to daily noise exposure level. So if you see here, they more strict in 2019 in comparison with 1989. Because in 1989, the level for daily noise exposure level is 90 decibel, but this one they bring down to 85. Okay, and action level become 82. Okay, and then maximum sound pressure level is 115 decibel at any time, and the peak sound pressure level is 140. Okay, and we are talking, you need to understand that we are talking about workplace. So we are talking about 8 hours weighted average. Okay, later my colleague will share about environment. So in comparison with environment, okay, they will use different level. Why? Because the exposure for environment is 24 hours, while at the workplace it's 8 hours. Okay, and this is the control measure that can be done. As I mentioned, you can perform the engineering control, administrative control, and also you can also provide PPE lah. Okay, this is a little bit about personal hearing protector. So as I mentioned, the employer should ensure that the personal hearing protector must be suitable and efficient. You cannot just go and you cannot just buy PPE and make sure you consider that the worker already use it correctly. So you need to train them, and you also need to do proper inspection, maintenance. Okay, you cannot just give and you don't want to see anymore after 5 years. You know, you need to always monitor whether how about the maintenance of the PHP, and while reasonably reduce the employee personal noise exposure below limit and must be approved by DG lah. Okay, then we are talking about hearing protection zone. For those that ever went to industry, you can see that in certain area where the noise is there, you can see there's a label. Okay, this area, when you enter the area, okay, you need to use certain PPE. Why? Because when we do hygiene monitoring, okay, using the sound level meter, we can actually know which area which produce more than action level. So those area that more than action level will be actually marked and demarcated. So this we call it as hearing protection zone lah. So when you enter the area, by right, okay, the employee should wear that protection. If not, they will expose themselves to loud noise, excessive noise, and they will definitely expose them to NIHL. And another thing about audiometric testing, this audiometric testing must be performed annually. And as I mentioned, audiometric testing center must be appointed, okay, and by DOSH, and then notify employee of the audiometric testing within 21 hours. So in our occupational health clinic, sometimes we see patient with this referral from ENT, referral from outside occupational health doctor with abnormal, abnormal audiogram, So we will our approach is basically in terms of like medical, we definitely will work together with our colleague in ENT, but we more to workplace management. Sometimes if needed, we will go to the workplace, we will go and see what is their practice, is there any proper, as what I mentioned just now at the workplace lah, so to protect their staff. So if temporary threshold shift occurred, okay, so we will need to retest. However, as occupational health physician, we need to actually know is there any NIHL, okay, or PSTS or permanent threshold shift. So this one we definitely need to notify. We either we go to the workplace or not, we need to notify DOSH. And after that, we need to receive the report from ATC, and we need to ensure that the employee being provided with PHP, and also if needed, probably we need to actually do other type of control measure like administrative control. We need to isolate them from the workplace. We need to go and see whether is the control measure of the noise is enough at the workplace or not. If not, we will try to help out on recommend. However, in industry it's a bit different. Different person will actually like in charge on that. Okay, and last but not least, duty of employer when audiometric testing is carried out. You need to make sure as employer, no cost, no burden, financial burden need to be put to the employee. So there is a responsibility of the employer. And baseline audiogram be carried out within 3 months after employee comes to work. So basically, after 3 months, we need to get a baseline so that when things happen, we can have things to compare, audiogram to compare. And then audiometric testing is only carried out in quiet state lah. Okay, and last but not least, this one, record keeping must be kept about 30 years, okay, so that we be able to trace and refer if needed. And penalty, fine not exceeding about RM 10,000 or imprisonment for term not exceeding 1 year or both to the employer. So before I end, I would like to again re-emphasize that NIHL, noise-induced hearing loss, is permanent, however, is preventable. Okay, and from the data that we have, statistic that we have in industry, NIHL is one of the top disease that being compensated and notified. One of the reason is because the proactive effort. I would say that we have such a very good legislative system in Malaysia. They are using the regulation that I mentioned to you. We are actually in the industry. We proactively find and try to prevent from NIHL being happen. So I hope that if there's employer here, there's employee here, you need to know the right of employee and try to actually discuss and try to improve your workplace. I think that's all from me today. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Faiz. If there's any questions related to his lecture, kindly put it in chat box. We will address it after the next lecture.
Thank you.
We will be displaying set of questions for Dr. Faiz lecture shortly. Okay, so below the above are question displayed for Dr. Faiz lecture, and your 20 seconds starts now. Dear contestants, please submit your answers into the question box, not into the chat box. So that's time's up for 20 seconds. Those who could not answer, don't worry. There are 3 more lectures and you could attempt those questions. We'll go for a short commercial break before the next lecture.
It's hard to imagine a life without hearing. It rewards us in the smallest moments. The notes of a piano, the rustle of leaves, and in the biggest ways as well, the first cry of new life, the sound of a mother's voice. And yet, a life without hearing is a worry for some parents, and a reality many adults have had to accept and adjust to. The sounds we often take for granted start to feel like distant memories, and the journey back to hearing can be challenging too. It takes patience and perseverance, both of which have been hallmarks of our own journey, which first began with Professor Graham Clark's determination to help people hear after seeing his own father's struggles with hearing loss. Since Graham's encounter with a seashell and a blade of grass in the 1970s, and the inspiring discovery that brought the first multi-channel cochlear implant, the cochlear story has evolved from an ambitious endeavour to a life-changing partner on the journey back to hearing. Our people are driven by this same dedication today and have helped transform hundreds of thousands of lives, not just through our technology and engineering, but through our compassion and commitment to providing positive experiences for everyone we interact with. This shared drive to do life-changing work is inspired and influenced strongly by our beginnings, while being motivated by the energy of our people today and everyone we partner with, and always guided by a clear, simple truth: that our position to connect people to a life lived with hearing is nothing short of a privilege. So we'll keep listening and responding to bring implantable hearing within the reach of those who need it. Here now and always.
Thank you, Cochlear. That was a very nice video. Our next speaker is already online, and thanks for waiting. Next, I would like to invite upon Puan Nurliana Diana binti Muhammad Nasir, also from Occupational Safety Health and Environment Unit. She served as an Assistant Environmental Engineer in Occupational Safety Health and Environment Unit from year 2015 to the present. She has a diploma in Environmental Engineering and a bachelor degree in Environmental Science and Management. She has also attended Noise Risk Assessor course organized by National Institute of Occupational Safety and Health. She's responsible for noise monitoring in UMMC premises and its compliances. Here, her lecture today is about recreational noise exposure and hearing loss. Puan Liana, the floor is yours.
Right, thank you, Dr. Jacinta. Boleh dengar ke? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. Okay, so I would like to share my screen now. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen.
All right, okay, thank you, Dr. Jacinta. Okay, all right. Thank you, the Master of Ceremony, Dr. Jacinta, and the organizer for inviting me as a speaker for today. I was given about 15 minutes to deliver my session about the title on the recreational noise exposure and hearing loss. All right, so, okay. I will deliver my session in Dwi Bahasa, in Malay and English, okay, so that everyone can understand very well. Okay, okay. Sebelum saya mula, have we come across what is recreational noise exposure itself? Okay, apa maksud the recreational noise exposure? Adakah recreational sendiri, recreational activities yang macam mana yang boleh menyumbang kepada masalah pendengaran kepada kita semua. Okay, back to the definition of recreational, ataupun in Malay we call it as a rekreasi. Rekreasi iaitu aktiviti masa lapang. Okay, most of us will spend our time, our leisure time with the
with our family members, our loved ones, our friends kan. So jadi aktiviti yang kita sering lakukan adalah sewaktu hari Minggu ataupun hari cuti, public holiday and so on. Okey, aktiviti yang dijalankan contohnya adalah aktiviti yang bersifat beristirahat lah, ataupun kita kata dengan bahasa mudahnya aktiviti yang boleh melapangkan fikiran ataupun yang boleh menghiburkan kita. Okey, tapi adakah kita tahu recreational activities tu sendiri boleh menyumbang kepada masalah pendengaran? Apa contoh-contohnya? Saya akan kongsikan sebentar saja lagi dalam next slide saya lah. Okey, so some recreational activities ada yang mempengaruhi dan ada juga yang menyumbang kepada bunyi bising yang boleh menyebabkan masalah kepada pendengaran kita semua, which is kalau dalam bahasa yang kita senang nak sampaikan, yang boleh mengganggu kepada keamanan dan juga kesejahteraan komuniti lah. Let's say kalau kita berada di kawasan perumahan, kawasan residential area, so mengganggu kejiranan kita. Maksudnya aktiviti yang jenis yang macam mana yang boleh mengganggu kita semualah. Okey. Jadi tolerance individu yang boleh berhadapan dengan bunyi bising ni adalah berbeza-bezalah mengikut individu ataupun bersifat situasi ke ataupun persekitaran, di mana had yang normally yang boleh kita terdedah pada bunyi bising untuk seharian adalah pada 85 desibel dan ke bawah. Tapi kalau kita expose kepada bunyi bising 85 dan ke atas pada tempoh masa yang sangat lama, boleh menyebab kepada masalah pendengaran. Okey. Okay, how loud is too loud? Okay, untuk kita tahu bunyi bising yang membahayakan kepada pendengaran kita tu, normally bunyi bising ni diukur dalam unit desibel, iaitu dB. Okay, dua elemen yang penting lah yang kita perlu tahu. Pendedahan kita pada bunyi bising tu pada ukuran yang berapa? How about the level of intensity and the length of exposure to the sound? Maksudnya tempoh masa yang kita expose kepada bunyi bising tu. Berapa lama dan berapa kuat bunyi bising yang kita dengar setiap hari ataupun secara rutin. Okay. Rule of thumb, okay, konsep yang mudah untuk kita faham. If you have to shout in order to be heard about 3 feet away, the noise is considered is too loud and could be damaging to your hearing. So in these instances, use hearing protection. So dalam keadaan ni, senang saja kalau kita perlu menjerit ataupun kuatkan suara dalam jarak 3 kaki untuk kita dengar, itu bermakna kita sedang berhadapan dalam situasi ataupun keadaan bunyi bising lah, di mana bunyi tersebut boleh mengganggu pendengaran kita, dan keadaan ini memerlukan kita memakai hearing protection. So saya kongsikan sedikit gambar di bawah tu, gambar ear muff dan juga ear plug. Okay, apa contoh-contoh recreational activities that could lead to the hearing problem? Okay. Biasanya kalau kita luangkan masa bersama ahli keluarga ataupun orang yang tersayang, rakan-rakan di hujung minggu dan hari cuti, normally kita akan melawat lah, akan pergi dan mengunjungi. Contohnya gambar pertama tu adalah sinema, okay, panggung wayang. Di mana panggung wayang sendiri ni boleh menghasilkan bunyi bising dalam julat 115 sehingga 120 dB. Okay, seterusnya bagi yang suka mendengar ataupun mengunjungi live concert either secara locally or international, depends on our favorite singer lah kan. So live concert boleh menghasilkan bunyi bising 120 dB dan ke atas, depends on the genre music they bring up. Okay. Seterusnya, some of us gemar mengunjungi pusat-pusat istirahat karaoke bersama ahli keluarga dan juga rakan-rakan di hujung minggu untuk santai-santai. Tapi adakah kita tahu di pusat karaoke itu sendiri boleh menghasilkan bunyi bising sebanyak 95 dB hingga 115 dB, and mungkin lebih tinggi lagi daripada yang dinyatakan itu. So Seterusnya juga contoh-contoh yang berikutnya adalah motorsport event. Okay. Ni biasanya digemari oleh kaum-kaum lelaki kan. No, most of them interested to attend and enjoy the motorsport events. So, adakah kita tahu berapa bunyi bising yang dihasilkan? Bunyi bising yang dihasilkan di motorsport event adalah dalam julat 120 hingga ke 130 dB. Okay. Seterusnya, firecrackers. So as we know, Malaysia menyambut pelbagai perayaan kan. Maksudnya contoh hari raya, Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve, hari kemerdekaan dan sebagainya. So at an average distance of 10 feet away, kita tahu bunyi bising adalah sebanyak 125 hingga 155 dB. Tapi macam kita sedia maklumlah, tempat-tempat yang saya nyatakan di atas ni adalah sebagai contoh sahaja dan mungkin kita tidak pun mengeksposkan diri kita setiap hari, bergantung kepada event-event yang kita sambut lah. Seterusnya, pada hujung minggu, ibu-ibu ataupun parents, keluarga sering mengunjungi pusat-pusat membeli belah. Kita ada sedia maklum pusat-pusat membeli belah juga mempunyai arcade games, di mana sinilah tumpuan utama kanak-kanak, anak-anak dan keluarga untuk meluangkan masa, melapangkan fikiran ataupun enjoy, menghiburkan dirilah kan. Di sini di arcade games tu sendiri, di pusat arcade games ni, bunyi bising yang terhasil adalah 100 dB dan ke atas. Okey, saya suka saya highlightkan berkenaan ceremonies, festivals and entertainment events ni. Contoh-contoh yang saya nyatakan tadi, actually these locations are sering dikunjungi oleh young people lah, adults kan. So have you noticed the sound pressure level adalah yang terhasil di lokasi-lokasi berkenaan adalah melebihi 100 dB. And kalau kita mengunjungi kawasan-kawasan ini dengan kerap, ini boleh menyumbang kepada significant hearing impairment. Okay. Berkenaan dengan sounds through headphones. Tadi dalam previous lectures ada speaker-speaker ada menyatakan berkenaan bunyi bising, bunyi yang terhasil oleh headphones, earphones dan sebagainya. Because nowadays kita dah semakin teknologi semakin membangun, semakin maju dan pelbagai teknologi juga sering alat-alat pendengaran, alat-alat bantu pendengaran juga bertambah ataupun makin trendy lah, okay. Tapi kebiasaannya suka saya share di sini, muzik ataupun sound sering kali didengari ataupun diminati oleh golongan-golongan muda, kanak-kanak dan sebagainya. Tapi julat di sini ingin saya tekankan, julat yang dibenarkan ataupun julat untuk pendedahan bunyi bising selama 24 jam hendaklah tidak lebih daripada 70 dB. Okay, di mana secara mudahnya kita faham, untuk satu hari kita dengar menggunakan headphones, earphones dan sebagainya secara 1 jam berterusan hendaklah tidak lebih daripada 85 dB. Headphones, earphones dan sebagainya maksimum adalah 1 jam, 60 minit. Okay, dan kita bagi masa untuk kita punya pendengaran untuk heal balik lah. Kita tak boleh dengar secara berterusan. So bagi mengelakkan hearing impairment secara akut, pendedahan bunyi bising kita hendaklah tidak lebih lah, maksudnya lebih kurang daripada 110 dB dan ke bawah. Okey, seringkali kita menjalani kehidupan kita dengan mengunjungi kawasan-kawasan rekreasi ataupun pusat-pusat rekreasi, kita seringkali terlepas pandang lah. Tapi sedar tak kita, aktiviti rekreasi ini juga boleh menyumbang kepada masalah pendengaran. Malah dia punya impact tu lebih besar ataupun sama besar dengan bunyi bising yang kita expose di tempat kerja. Normally, masalah pendengaran seringkali kita kait dengan kita dapat daripada tempat kerja kan, tapi itu tidak bermaksud kehidupan seharian kita tidak menyumbang kepada masalah pendengaran. Maksudnya both, either in the workplace, our lifestyle juga turut menyumbang kepada puncanya kita dapat masalah pendengaran itu sendiri. Okey, sebagai kesimpulan di sini suka saya bagi tahulah actually our hearing, our pendengaran ni sangatlah precious. Okay, kita boleh dengar dan kita boleh terima info dan kita boleh deliver info dengan baik. So jadi kalau kita mempunyai pendengaran yang baik, kita boleh communicate well with others, and kalau kita mempunyai masalah pendengaran, it could lead you boleh memberi kesan yang sangat ketara lah dalam kualiti kehidupan kita. Maksudnya kita terima info could be wrong and we deliver the info could be wrong. So di sini pendengaran sangatlah penting untuk kita jaga, kita kena titik beratkan. So daripada hari ini kita boleh cuba untuk improvise our lifestyle. Macam mana dengan cara mungkin kalau kita dengar tadi mendengar music daripada Spotify ke, Joox ke, YouTube playlist ke kan. So kita boleh mungkin kita boleh turn down the volume, set limit berapa lama yang kita boleh dengar as per mentioned by our previous speaker before, and then set the limit. Apa lagi, boleh guna noise cancelling headphones dan sebagainya. Okay, so itu sahaja perkongsian saya untuk pada sesi ini. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Puan Liana. So please stay for the Q&A session. Before we proceed, let's take a short break, and we will be displaying Kahoot questions for Puan Liana's lecture shortly. And your 20 seconds starts now. Okay, so that's time's up. And we have also prepared a short video on noise-induced hearing loss, which the dear participants can sit back and watch it while Puan Liana and Dr. Faiz is getting ready for the Q&A session.
Hey, Wan, apa?
So there's some questions from the floor. This is a very interesting question indeed. So either Puan Liana or Dr. Faiz can take it. One of our contestants have actually asked, ada cara untuk memeriksa pencemaran bunyi di tempat kerja persendirian seperti di garaj untuk kerja pertukangan kayu yang menggunakan mesin? Anything that you guys can suggest?
Maybe I can suggest first, then maybe Puan Liana can top up lah. Basically, if you have exposure, as long as at workplace, doesn't matter it's a big company or ataupun persorangan. Basically, you boleh buat assessment lah. Tapi this is what we call hygiene monitoring. Normally we use sound level meter, and we have few types of sound level meter. Tapi for screening, actually you can actually nowadays kalau yang persorangan, you can actually download. There's a meter where you can download and you can assess as screening lah. But if you see that memang very loud, then probably you can actually proceed for subsequent plan or subsequent assessment lah. Maybe Liana want to top up anything, Liana?
Yeah, I'm agree with Dr. Faiz because nowadays our smartphones can download sound pressure level apps from the Play Store or Google Play, right? So you guys boleh check the sound pressure level produced from your area first, and if the noise emission is really high, then we can go for check that particular activities by using sound level meter lah to counter check whether it is slightly, maybe it's not too much different lah. Maybe I think by using the sound level meter is much more accurate and precise.
Yeah, and then using the concept that I showed to you just now, as long as workplace, okay, you need to do risk assessment. So basically, you can actually take the list, checklist that I give to you. You can actually take and assess first. So is there any symptom, is there any usage of tools that produce noise? And then after you do that, basically you can know, is there any risk of exposure to noise or not? And then you can also add on with the one that we mentioned lah. You can measure using the objective measurement. Although it's not calibrated, but at least you can use as your reference atau screening. Kalau memang jauh tinggi, more than the level that being mentioned, then you can proceed for the proper one.
Okay, that's very informative. I actually have a question. This is a personal question. So just out of interest, we have, PPUM consists of multiple units. Could you kindly highlight any specific unit or department that would be at risk of noise exposure, hearing loss, that probably they are not aware of, that they should also take note and come upfront to get some help?
Yeah, you mean in our hospital, right? So I just want to share our success story here. So basically, as we know, UMMC is a complex hospital system. So as we know that UMMC not only consists of clinical, we have support system where we have Dobi laundry, we have workshop, we even have like macam kilang dekat bawah to support UMMC clinical area lah. So from OSHI side, we actually identify few area that the staff complain. So how do we know? Either from our facility audit, okay, we go around and assess our workplace, or sometimes certain patient or our employee being referred to our occupational health clinic. So we assess them when we find that few staff in single area having the same problem like NHL, and this happened to one of the department lah. I can't say which department, but we then go to the workplace. We do some improvement control measure. So we try to isolate the staff, and at first there's I think the process is not correct process. We expose the staff to the loud noise, okay? Then we change, and then we improvise and do control measure. Until now, I think we already control the department lah. So yes, to answer you, we have several departments that our staff actually was diagnosed to have NHL, and we are already identified and we have control that particular workplace.
That's great. That's really great.
Yeah.
I would like to thank both of you on behalf of organizing committee for sparing your time and coming online to give us a very informative lecture on recreational and noise-induced hearing loss. With that, I think we complete session 2. We'll play our polls shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Participants can start attempting to answer the poll questions. Another 10 seconds to attempt the poll questions. Okay, perfect. I think we'll end the poll and we'll show you the results now. We'll mainly concentrate on question 4 and 5. So question 4, pertaining to Dr. Fai's lecture today, are you aware Malaysia has occupational safety health legislation for noise exposure? 92% actually answered it correctly. That's great. And question 5, pertaining Puan Liana's lecture, do you use earplugs at noisy environment at work? And 77% have answered yes. That's great. So that ends our session 2. And we shall proceed to our next section of the lecture after a short commercial video. Moving on to the next section for today, which is about hearing check and hearing rehabilitation. Our second last speaker for today will be Dato Professor Dr. Prabhakaran Narayanan. He's a senior consultant in Department of Otorhinolaryngology, University of Malaya, with great experience in skull-base, neuro-otology, otology, and implant surgery. He completed his neuro-otology fellowship training in year 2003 in Toronto University and has been involved in various advanced skull-base cases and also cochlear implantation program since its inception in year 1997. He has vast experience in hearing rehabilitation and has performed many cochlear implant surgeries in various countries. He recently successfully conducted an ear implant live surgery workshop at University of Malaya yesterday. Now, I would like to invite upon Dato Professor Dr. Prabhakaran Narayanan to speak about types of surgically implantable devices for hearing rehabilitation. Prof, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Jacinta. Can you all hear me clearly?
Yes, Prof.
All right, thank you. So I'll be speaking about otology implants, and I'm going to keep it a very quick overview to give you the basis of the surgeries that we do. And this slide shows us very clearly how we are able to hear the vibration of the tympanic membrane, the movement of the ossicles, and then the fluid that is transmitted through causing the vibration of the membrane, stimulating the hair cells. So with this, if there are levels of hearing problems, there are certain levels of intervention that we can do. Obviously, the most easiest one is hearing aid. But sometimes a hearing aid is not adequate. Maybe it's not good enough, or it's not up to the expectation of patients. So if there are issues in the middle ear space, we can do middle ear implants. And if there are issues with the cochlea itself, we can do cochlear implants. And sometimes if both the cochlea and the nerves are not functioning, we can also do brainstem implants. And if you look at the hair cells of a normal patient, you will find that there's the inner cells, and the outer hair cells. These hair cells are the ones that are responsible for us to be able to hear. And if you look at the inner ear of the patient who's got hearing loss, you will find that there's a lot of damage of the hair cells itself. So this is the reason why they're not able to hear. So even if we use for hearing aids for patients with profound hearing loss, they will not be able to hear adequately because the cochlea itself is not functioning. And if you compare a normal hair cells in a normal patient compared to someone who is hearing impaired, you will find that the amount of hair cells are reduced, therefore the auditory nerves are reduced, and therefore even hearing aids may not be able to help the cases of profound hearing loss. And what is also important to note that the cochlea has got a 2.5 turn, and it's got frequency specific areas all along the cochlea as well. So if we do a cochlear implant, for example, it actually fills up the entire cochlea. So total cochlear coverage, therefore, the patient will be able to hear all the frequencies, even up to the extent they're able to appreciate music as well. So how does a cochlear implant work and why do we use it for? So the candidacy for cochlear implant is very straightforward. We just need to have evidence that there are some nerves still functioning, which means in a simple audiogram, there are some response. Or if there's no response in the audiogram, if we do a brainstem response audiometry or BSER, there is wave 5, which shows that there are some amount of functioning nerve that is present. And also, we always try hearing aid first. And if there's no benefit with hearing aid, then we can perform a cochlear implant. And very quickly, I will show you how the surgery is done. First of all, we make a simple incision, elevate the tympanomeatal flap, the flap at the back of the ear, as you can see. Then we open up the mastoid. We do a mastoidectomy. That's the mastoid cavity coming into view. And then we do the bed as well. And then we go on to do a posterior tympanotomy. So now from the mastoid cavity, we are now going into the middle ear space. By doing the posterior tympanotomy, we're now going to the middle ear space. And once we are in the middle ear space, we are able to identify the ossicles. And by using the ossicles as a landmark, then we can actually do a cochleostomy. Then a cochleostomy is being performed along the round window, and that gives us access to the inner ear, as you can see. So once a cochleostomy is performed, then we can insert the electrode. So now this electrode directly stimulates the hair cells inside the cochlea. Therefore, the sound that is being received by the cochlear implant now, the electrical stimulation goes directly to stimulate whatever functioning or residual hair cells in the cochlea itself. And that completes the surgery. And the results for this are very good, provided there's adequate rehabilitation after surgery. And we do it for children who are born congenitally deaf, or even for adults if they have progressive hearing loss as well. Again, the indications are always, there must be some evidence of residual hearing and a failure or adequate satisfaction by using hearing aids. So let's go on to Wyburn Sound Bridge. Now, Wyburn Sound Bridge is a middle ear implant. And the indications for this is either a sensorineural hearing loss that comes in this shaded area, or a conductive mixed hearing loss that comes in this area as well, between 0 decibels to 40 decibels. The audiologists and the doctors will be able to advise you when you have conditions like this. So The indications for Wyburn Sandwich are basically when we are not able to reconstruct the middle ear chain for any particular reason, or there is a damage to the inner ear as well as the ossicular change. So what we want to do is basically, this is the ossicles that are intact. We want to clamp or crimp a middle ear implant on this that will amplify the vibration of the ossicle, therefore allowing the child to be able to hear much clearer. So again, these are the surgeries that we did we've done so far in UM. And here you can see that the Wyburn Sandwich is being positioned along the long process of the incus. And what is important is you'll find that the floating masked transducer is parallel to the stapes, sitting on the stapes foot plate. Therefore, this movement will amplify the vibration of the ossicles itself. And this is the pre-operative audiogram, and this is the post-operative audiogram, and you can see there's a significant improvement as far as the hearing threshold is concerned. And we also use Wyburn Sandwich for patients who's got no ear canal. Canal atresia means there is no ear canal, therefore we can't use hearing aids. You can only use a bone conduction, or the other option, as long as there's an ossicular chain that is intact, we can do a Wyburn Sandwich. This is a patient who's got a abnormal ear, in the sense that canal atresia, there is no ear canal whatsoever. The problem with this is whenever you have one malformation, quite often you will have malformations in the inner ear as well, or in the ossicles as well. So here you can see how we are opening up the ossicles, and then you can see how this child has got a abnormal malformed ossicle. That's the malleus, that's the incus, and that's the Wyburn Sandwich that is being placed along the long process of the incus and is being crimped to make sure that it's stable, stuck to the ossicles, and the movements of this Wyburn Sandwich will increase the vibration of the ossicles, and therefore you can see the entire ossicular chain is intact. And now the movement of the Wyburn Sandwich will increase the movement of the ossicle, and this can be easily done as long as the ossicles are intact, even if it's abnormal, and the stapes foot plate is mobile as well. So this is the post-op view, and this is how the child appears after using a Wyburn Sandwich. This is the pre-operative hearing, total conductive hearing loss because there's no ear canal whatsoever. And with the Wyburn Sandwich, the hearing comes back to normal, as you can see. We go on last to a bone conduction, which means when we use the conduction of the bone to be able to hear. And this can be used in two situations. One is when the patient's got a conductive hearing loss, where we use it on the same side, or the other indication is when we do for a unilateral profound sensorineural hearing loss, which means that if the right ear is not able to hear, then we can actually place the implant on the right ear by using and the sound will be transmitted to the left ear. That means the opposite ear to be able to hear. So these are the indications for a bone bridge. This is how it looks like. This is the transducer, which is placed inside the bone itself. There will be a screw that vibrates, that amplifies and sends, that relays the sound through the bone into the opposite ear. And this is an example of a case that we have done so far. A patient who's got a bilateral significant conductive hearing loss, multiple surgeries, and we always try by using a bone conduction hearing aid that worked very well for him. And this is the pre-operative audiogram. You can see a significant, almost 60 to 70% of hearing loss because of bone conduction. And what made it worse is that you can see the scans show a completely sclerotic mastoid as well. So this was done as a live surgery, and I think in 2017, 2013, you can see that the live surgery that was being telecast live from our university, and that's the exposure of the area. Now we are going to do a bed for the bone conduction implant to sit. So it's basically a circular bed. Sometimes you have to expose the sigmoid sinus, as you can see. And once the bed is formed, then the implant, this is the periosteal pocket. And then once the bed is formed, then the implant can be placed quite nicely. And then that's the implant that is being placed. And then we to screw at the sides. And it's the screw that is extremely important because the sound is being conducted by the screw. Again, the indications are for patients who've got normal bone conduction, but a conduction hearing loss, or someone who has got a unilateral profound conductive hearing loss. And this is the final view after the vibrant sound bridge is in place. The conductions will be through the screw here, as you can see. And this is the post-op audiogram. And you can see how the hearing has come up to 30 to 10 decibels, almost normal hearing in the mid to higher frequencies as well. So again, in conclusion, we consider surgical options whenever there's inadequate benefits from hearing aids. And hearing aids will usually be used in the ear canal as well. Whatever problems that is involving the middle ear space with ossicles, then we can use middle ear implants. For profound sensorineural hearing loss, we can use cochlear implant. And we use bone bridge or bone conduction implants when there's a conductive hearing loss or a unilateral sensorineural hearing loss. But in a unilateral hearing loss or total hearing loss on one side, the bone conduction implant is placed on the same side as the hearing loss, but the sound is transmitted to the opposite side. And again, thank you very much for your kind attention and thank you for this invitation.
Thank you, Dato. Thank you for the informative talk. We will display questions for pertaining to Prof's lecture. And your 20 seconds starts now. Dear participants, please submit your answers into the question box, not to chat box. That ends the question session for set question 6. So we're moving forward to the last lecture for today. Last but not least, I would like to introduce our final speaker of the day and the chairperson of today's event, Associate Professor Dr. Jayanti Kulasegara, to deliver her talk introducing WHO Check Your Hearing application, the HearU app. Associate Professor Dr. Jayanti is a senior lecturer of ENT Department, University of Malaya since year 2018. Her areas of expertise are pediatric ORL, neuro-otology, otology, and implantation. She graduated from Royal College of Surgeons, Ireland, and was a fellow at Starship Children Health, Auckland. She has published multiple research papers and has contributed an author for ENT textbooks. In addition, she had also received multiple awards and recognitions both locally and internationally. Professor Dr. Jayanti, the floor is yours.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're enjoying this World Hearing Day webinar so far. So my talk today is on the app HearU. So this app is designed for users to use at home to monitor your hearing. It is a screening test and it's not actually a hearing test. So it was created by HearX Group for WHO in 2019. So really I want to take you through how you use this app. It really does take a little bit of time. So it's important that you find an appropriate time to do the test and you're not in a rush, and to really give yourself about 15 minutes to complete the test. So the app is available in the App Store and Google Play. It is compatible with iPhone, iPod Touch, and Mac with iOS 13 or later, and also with the Mac with the Apple M1 chip. So you can use the QR code to download the app as well. So this is the home page of the app at the left-hand corner. So you see an icon here. So that will take you to this page where you can change the language setting. So this app is available in English, in simplified Chinese, and Spanish. Then on the right-hand corner, which is this icon here, that will take you to a page that allows you to either set a reminder of when you want to do the next step. It will allow you to share your score with people, and also it will allow you to share the app. So the sharing of score can be done via WhatsApp, email. The app can be shared in various different social media platforms. So step number 2 is, the next step is to check the ambient noise around the place where you are doing your test. Okay, so you need to find a relatively quiet area to do the test. And you can only proceed if the noise meter indicates around the yellow or green zone. Otherwise, it won't let you go ahead. So it will say here noise level too high. But just make sure you're in a relatively quiet area to do the test. Next step is, it will prompt you to plug your headphone or earphone. You can use a Bluetooth headphone or earphone. The accuracy of the test will depend on the type of earphone you use. So it's best to use the over-the-ear headphones rather than your ear inserts or your earphones with your iPod. If you're not connected, it will say please connect headphones of your device to continue. So it won't allow you to continue forward. Now, step 4 is very important. This is where, using the slider, you adjust the volume so you can hear all 3 digits comfortably before you proceed to the next step. So make sure that it is not too loud, or it's not too soft. Okay, just to a comfortable listening level. So for first-time users, it is advisable to click on the Intro tab. This will take you through 3 sets of digits to explain how the test works. During the test, you must listen carefully to the digits and enter them on the keypad that looks like this on the screen. Okay, it has got 1 to 0, and you just click on the relevant digits, and then you press OK. But make sure before you start that you can do the test undisturbed. So this is an example of how the test run goes. You will hear the digit through your headphones. It will say 617. So then you key in 617, and then you press the OK tab before it will prompt you to go to the next page. Now, for any reason you can't hear it clearly, it does not give you the option to repeat the numbers. So do listen carefully and just guess if you can't hear it clearly. So after the demo, or if you decide to skip the demo step, then you will come to this page where you are asked to enter your gender, your birth year, and language use. This can be done for as many people in your family or friends by clicking the Someone Else tab that you can see here. And you can also edit the gender, birth year, depending on who is doing it. So after the demo, or you're ready to do the test, the next page will prompt you, okay, you have to get ready to focus before you begin the test. In total, 23 sets of 3 digits that will be you'll be listening to. So make sure you can focus, listen carefully, don't be distracted, don't be walking around trying to do this test. And find a quiet area. So when you're ready to do the test, you will go through 23 sets of digits. Okay, so this is the first set, it will say 764, then you key in your pad 764 and press OK. In the second set, so on and so forth until you reach your 23rd set 015 and press OK, and you're done. When you're done with 23 sets, it will project your score. So any score above 75 means you have good hearing. So make sure you care for your ears, listen safely to prevent hearing loss. Scores between 50 and 75 means you should check your hearing regularly to know if the score is getting worse over time. How regular? You know, I tell most people, you know, to at least do it once a year, if possible, twice a year. If you score below 50, like this is my score, I scored 7, it is likely that you have some degree of hearing loss. Okay, so the lower the score, the greater the number, the greater the hearing loss. So you should get your ears checked by an ENT specialist and your hearing tested by a trained audiologist. This test has a sensitivity and a specificity of more than 85%. So there are times where even if it says that you do have a problem to get it checked, it may not necessarily be accurate, but it is pretty sensitive. So do not ignore and do get your hearing checked. And don't worry about, you know, remembering, you know, this score means what, that score means what. It will explain to you. So if it says here 47, you may have a hearing problem. So who should be using this app? Really anyone and everyone above 12 can use this app, but specifically for adults over 50 years old, because around 40 we start losing, it's the normal degenerative process of losing some of the hair cells, but it's really when we reach 50 when we start noticing a problem. So definitely for adults over 50 years old, people working in noisy environments, so occupational noise, such as, you know, if you're working in a construction area, in a factory, if you're a carpenter, if you work in agriculture that deals with machinery, the paramedics, the firefighters, police, airport staff who are exposed to sirens and loud noises should do this test. Recreational noise exposure, so people listening to headphones, earphones, people listening to loud music, you know, people working in nightclubs, discotheques, pubs, to get their hearing checked regularly. Also, people taking medication that can damage the ears, so there are certain medication that can affect the hair cells in the ears, so they should get their hearing tested. And if you have symptoms such as tinnitus, the tinnitus is where you have a ringing, buzzing, or hissing in your ear, or a feeling of blockage. So these are early signs that there are some hearing problems. So do get your hearing checked. So what actually is the Hear Who app test? It's actually a digit and noise hearing screening test. The screening presents 3-digit, 1, 0 to 9, presented over background noise. So when you're prompted, you listen to the digits and you respond to it. So this screening test determines your signal to noise ratio, SNR, which is indicative of your hearing ability in background noise, because that is where most people struggle, is to hear in background noise. So it's important to adjust the volume to a comfortable listening level so it does not affect the outcome of your result. The digits were developed and validated by the University of Victoria in South Africa, with the lead researcher being Prof. Divette Swanepoel. So this test has been validated to be used as screening test. So many people have hearing loss are actually unaware that they actually have a problem. So this is where regular hearing check and ensure that hearing loss is identified at the earliest so that you can do something about it. You can take action to continue to enjoy the sounds around you. You know, we live in a very noisy world now, so it's important that we do check our hearing to ensure that we're able to. To end this, just a reminder to hear for life, listen with care. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Jayanti, for introducing the app to us. It looks like we all have to go home after this and install the app and try screening our ears. If you detect any hearing loss, you're always welcome to see us for a proper audio test at ENT Clinic, UPUM. So displayed will be the last set of questions. Those participants who haven't attempted any question, please attempt. Don't miss the opportunity of winning a Grab voucher. That was a very nice video on how to clean our personal listening devices. So we'll proceed to our Q&A session. Thank you to for the speakers for still being online and waiting for the session. Prof, we actually have a question from Floor. They've asked, apart from cochlear implant, what other implant devices are available in Malaysia?
We can't hear you.
Prof, sorry, we can't hear you.
Sorry. Okay. It depends on what exactly you have. So cochlear implant will be if you have a profound hearing loss where the stimulation is required directly into the cochlea. If the cochlea is not functioning or there's no hair cells, then we'll have to do, or the nerves are not functioning, then we will need a brainstem implant. But that's an intracranial surgery where the electrodes are placed directly into the nucleus inside the brain. There are also middle ear implants, which means that the cochlea is functioning, where the ossicles are not functioning, or the ossicles need a bit more vibration for a cochlea that is partially functioning. Those are middle ear implants. And there are also bone conduction implants where it's placed on the bone to bypass the conducting defect. So there are a few different kinds of hearing implants. One size doesn't fit all. One solution does not fit everything. It has to be properly evaluated by the ENT surgeons as well as the audiologists. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, thank you, Prof. That was very informative. Prof. J, they've asked some questions about the Hear Who app. Is it a suitable app to screen for children? Will they need any modification to screen in the children?
So the app is only licensed for 12 and above. And because it does take time for the child to do the test, they have to sit there for up to 15 minutes and concentrate for that length of time. So it's not very accurate in children. So you can try it on your child, but it may not give an accurate result. So usually for children, the current test that's available is the OAE, otoacoustic emission. So again, that's only testing the outer hair cells. So to parents who have concerns with hearing loss in their children, they're not sure, it's just better to come to an ENT specialist and see an audiologist as well to get the hearing checked by a trained person rather than doing screening at home. So really for children, there's nothing available to screen at home.
Thank you, Prof. That answered the question. So one last question before we end the session. Prof, again, it's a very technical question. I just want to ask, for Vibrant Sound Bridge, has it completely replaced our traditional ossiculoplasty where we use top and pop? Is there any condition that you would still consider subjecting the patient for a simple, like a traditional ossiculoplasty?
That's a good question. So if you have an intact, a floating foot plate that is intact, stay piece that is intact, then an ossiculoplasty is a good choice. If you do a Vibrant Sound Bridge, the amplification that you get is actually more than by using a normal top or ossiculoplasty. So Vibrant Sound Bridge, there's a cost involved as well. It is a foreign body that's being placed in the ear. So if someone has got a significant sensorineural compartment that is lost, some amount of, not fully, but some, and we have failed ossiculoplasty a few times, then Vibrant Sound Bridge is a good option. But for the first time, I think we should always try ossiculoplasty first. Vibrant Sound Bridge should be the backup if ossiculoplasty fails.
Okay, thank you, Prof. That was very informative. So that completes our last session of lecture today. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank both Prof. Prabhakaran and Professor Jayanti for taking their time to be online to give us the lecture. So thank you. We will proceed to the next session after a short commercial break. Thank you. We'll display the poll questions again. Participants have 1 minute to attempt the poll questions. This is probably your last chance to attempt the poll. Don't be worried. You won't get penalized if you get it wrong. Just try. 10 more seconds to attempt the poll question. Okay, we will end the poll now and we all can look at the results together. So we have more participants answering this time, 35 of them compared to the first time, which was only 7, which is great. So we'll go directly to question number 6. Question number 6 was pertaining to Prof. Prabhakaran's lecture. Are you aware that apart from hearing aid, there are other options for hearing rehabilitation? So 89%, very good. So I'm pretty sure you guys were actually listening to the talk. And the last question. Are you aware of any home-based hearing screening app? 86% actually answered correctly, very good. So we'll stop sharing and we'll go for a short commercial break before the lunch talks. There are 2 lunch talks prepared today. One is by Medal and 20 dB hearing, but we'll go for a short commercial break and I will resume back in 5 minutes. Thank you. Play video, I need to go.
Okay, music test without the ad here. Chloe!
Lala işte. İşte.
Okay, doble lama.
My name is Rachel. I was born with microtia and atresia of my left ear. I'm happy to say that I too wear a bone-anchored hearing device. I wear Medell's ad here, and I stick it right behind my ear with an adhesive adapter. It's really wonderful technology that helps me to hear my best in every social situation and feel confident every day.
I think he felt a bit self-conscious as well, being a boy, and he was worried that he might be seen to be, you know, wearing a headband like a girl would. So she gave us an opportunity to trial Adhere.
Well, it's more stable than things that I've tried before, and it's louder, and it's also like not fiddly, because sometimes I forget that it's on. And with other hearing aids, they're more heavy and more noticeable. I used to struggle answering questions because most of the time I couldn't hear. But with the Adhere now, I can hear more and learn more.
12-year-old Story Jackson was born with microtia. Her right internal ear never developed, resulting in the inability to hear from that ear. It wasn't a problem until middle school.
She kind of would feel left out, like she, you know, if she's sitting on this side of the table and her friends are over here talking about something and everyone else is loud, she was always like having to kind of turn her head like, what?
Story also realized it might someday affect her dream job.
One of the things I want to be when I'm older is an orthopedic surgeon, I would have to hear my surroundings and know what's going on for the sake of my patient.
So when the Jackson family heard that the ad here became FDA approved in 2018, Story became one of the first 25 people in the country to receive this stick-on device.
All right, feel the button there? And push it for me.
I can see our next speakers are ready online, ready to go, looking very eager. Anyway, thank you for waiting. First of all, I would like to invite upon Puan Nurul Atika Mohammad Zaki, Clinical Audiologist and Operation Manager for Medal Malaysia, and a cochlear implant patient testimonial via Zoom, CI patient Miss Lavinia Abirami. The title of their lunch talk is The Hearing Journey. First of all, I would like to thank Medal for giving the talk. Puan Nurul, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Hello everyone, good afternoon everyone. I'm Atika from Medal, Malaysia. So today we have interesting story to share, the hearing journey of one of our implantees. So a bit about Lavinia. She was born on 2001, fitted with hearing aid since 5 years old. Her hearing progressively dropped, thus received limited benefit from hearing aid. Implanted on 2019. Currently enjoy music direct streaming with our latest processor, Sonnet 2. And Lavinia currently is a student in a Monash University and exploring new musical device other than piano and violin. That's very inspiring to other people, Lavinia. Now, without further ado, let's welcome to Lavinia and probably her mother.
When Lavinia talks.
Hi everyone.
Hello.
Yeah, please welcome Lavinia. Yep.
Hi, hello everyone. Thank you all for being here today. Hi, I'm Lavinia. Thank you, Atika. And so I believe I was supposed to give a little short introduction about myself. So as Atika mentioned, I've been using hearing aids more than half of my life. In fact, from the time I was 5, and I only received the cochlear implant in 2019. And I was told initially that it would take about 3 to 6 months to get accustomed and acclimatize myself to the cochlear implant, but I am a very impatient person. I don't know if it was my own self-motivation or if it's just because I had a really good support system. Everyone at Medal was very, very helpful, very patient. In fact, I remember the first time I turned on my cochlear implant, it was like instant tears, because coming from someone who used the hearing aid, for 15 to 16 years of my life, it was very, very different. Hearing aid just amplifies sound, but cochlear implant, the quality of sound is so much better, but it's also very different when you've not used it before. But within a month and a half, close to 2 months, I was already used to it. I was very, very happy with it. In fact, I even picked up the guitar, and just like I was going out more often. And I still remember very vividly somewhere in the first week that I turned on my cochlear implant, we actually went out and I heard live music for the first time, and I could actually hear what they were saying and the song. And it was such a dramatic change. Like, I cannot imagine going back to not using cochlear implants. So, yeah.
Thank you, Lavinia. That's very nice of you to actually come online. I actually personally have a question to ask you, if you don't mind. I've learned that you are a music student, which is very interesting. So from my limited knowledge, I thought that patients with cochlear implant will have issues hearing to music notes. Is that true?
No, definitely not. Initially, before the cochlear implant, so with the violin, it was a bit harder because I really couldn't hear the pitches that I was playing. After a few years of playing the violin and piano, it came to a point where I was just memorizing, and I stopped enjoying music because it was really, you were just memorizing the notes. I couldn't play by ear.
But once I had the cochlear implant, I realized whether it was the piano, whether it was the guitar, I could instantly tell the difference between the pitches, and I could play by ear. I didn't need the book. Like it's so different. Like you cannot compare the quality of sound and music without a cochlear implant.
That's great. You know, I hope that your testimonial today have actually given a lot of people out there more hope. Those especially teenagers at your age who's been using hearing aid for a very long time and they're not getting much benefit at the moment, you know. So that probably would have given them a lot of hope that there is still things that they could try to make their life better. So thank you so much. Puan Nurul, anything to add?
So is there anything last message for other people to inspire for those who have the same experience like you, Lavinia?
It's never too late. I always assumed that it was just too late and there was no point getting a cochlear implant. In fact, the idea of getting a cochlear implant was introduced to me in 2017, 2018, but I was so against it. There is so much information online, and sometimes too much information is not necessarily a good thing because you tend to you won't be able to know which actually applies and which is just an over dramatic, you know, it won't actually happen. So I was really against the idea, and I really thought like there's no point now, like I'm already 18, it's not going to make a difference. But it's never too late, and you're never too old, whether it's to get a hearing aid or whether it's to get a cochlear implant. It's never too late. And no matter what anyone tells you, whether it's hearing loss or it can be anything really, you can do anything you want. I mean, people don't believe me when I tell them I can play the piano and violin, because it's like, how does a deaf person play? But you can really honestly do anything you want. Like, don't ever let it limit yourself. And if it's going to help, like I remember being younger when I was using hearing aids, and even when I started using the cochlear implant, I used to feel a bit embarrassed because, especially with the cochlear implant, right, it was a bit more obvious, and it was the transition going from in-the-ear hearing aids to the cochlear implant. And of course, when you're like 19, 20, you want to like look cool and you want to put all the like, you know, and I remember feeling like shy of it, but then I realized it was kind of cool. Like I started telling people I'm half bionic. And yeah, it's really not that big of a deal. Like, it's not that big of a deal. It'll never stop you from doing whatever you want as long as you really want to do it. So yeah.
For the record, I think you look really cool now. So don't worry about it.
I agree.
Congratulations and all the best. Hope things would get better for you in near future. Thank you, Puan Nurul. Thank you for giving us the talk today. And thank you for also supporting the World Hearing Day program. So we would proceed to the next lunch talk, but before that, we'll go on a short commercial break. Thank you.
Right, thank you.
MRI examinations can be stressful, but are common and necessary part of life. At AB, we believe that the process of MRI should be hassle-free for all cochlear implant patients. That is why we've developed the Hi-Res Ultra 3D cochlear implant, which is compatible with 3 Tesla MRI. With Hi-Res Ultra 3D, your patients require no preparation, no surgery, and no head bandaging. And if diagnostic investigations require it, magnet removal is easy. This implant does not require any restrictions on head orientation or head movement in an MRI field. The unique magnet assembly is composed of 4 rotatable magnet rods encased in a revolving disc. This design provides magnetic field alignment in all 3 dimensions, ensuring low torque and a pain-free MRI experience for your patients. Hi-Res Ultra 3D provides uninterrupted hearing to make life easier for you and especially for your patients. When the scan is done, all they have to do is put their processor back on to return to hearing. Hi-Res Ultra 3D cochlear implant is hassle-free implant compatible with 3 Tesla MRI, another powerful innovation from Advanced Bionics.
I can hear. That's different.
So we'll proceed for the next lunch talk. It's by 20dB. The next lunch talk is by Miss Jasmine Lip from 20dB Hearing Partner. She graduated from UKM on 2014. She has been working with Sonova since 2018 as product audiologist and promoted to senior audiologist in 2020. Her talk today is about Crescendo earplugs to align with the event's theme, which is safe listening. The floor is yours, Miss Jasmine.
Hello all. Hello, my name is Jasmine. So I'm a senior audiologist from Sonova, Singapore. Thank you for having me today. So today I'm gonna share about how to listen with care in line with the global theme of World Hearing Day, to hear for life, listen with care. So right now, I'm gonna share my screen. Okay, can you guys see that?
Yes, we can.
Okay. All right. So many of us are not aware that we are actually living in a world of noise. So to give you a feeling of how many people are exposed to dangerous level of noise, here are a few statistics. So the World Health Organization published an article in March 2020, and they stated that 1.1 billion young people are at risk of hearing loss due to exposure in noise in recreational settings. Then a survey in US found that 70% of people exposed to loud noise never or seldom wear hearing protections. How about Asia countries? In 2020, the prevalence of occupational noise-induced hearing loss in China was about 21%. So this is really a lot of people who are living in noise and likely to end up with noise-induced hearing loss. So for hearing care professional like us, this is a great opportunity to introduce hearing protection. Then let's see some of the statistics about Malaysia. A recent study done on palm oil workers in Malaysia showing almost 51% of the workers and 57% of the tourist workers are having noise-induced hearing loss. In another research done on workers from the laundry unit and mechanical cutters in a teaching hospital in 2018, as high as 86% of them are not wearing hearing protections, even though they know that they should do so as they are exposed to very loud noise. So the global prevalence of disabling hearing loss was estimated to be 6.12% in 2018 and is projected to grow to 9.6% by 2050, with noise exposure being one of the major contributors to this problem. Rapid industrialization, especially in Asia countries like us, has caused a surge in the populations of workers exposed to hazardous or dangerous level of noise at workplace. And Malaysia, as a developing country, has embraced industrialization agriculture on a massive scale. And as a result, noise-induced hearing loss is commonly seen in Malaysia as well. Long-term exposure of loud noise, loud sound causes noise-induced hearing loss. So what is noise-induced hearing loss? Noise-induced hearing loss occurs when the tiny hair cells within the ear canal cochlea become permanently damaged. So these hair cells are responsible for picking up sound wave. Once they become damaged, they cannot regenerate and the damage is permanent. So noise hearing loss can be a permanent hearing loss. So that's why it is important to protect our hearing and ears when we are in noisy environment. As explained just now, noise-induced hearing loss is the most prevalent and preventable occupational disease actually in most of Asian countries. Sources of noise in these countries include, for example, metal manufacturing, agriculture industry, marine industries, and also urban traffic. Okay. So how do we know how loud is too loud? So most noisy workplaces should be able to measure the noise level. So if you don't know what noise level you're exposed to, there are some informal ways of measuring, such as using a sound level meter app in the mobile app, so you can download it from handphone. If this is not possible or practical, then you can use this picture or similar one as a rough guide. So a good rule of thumb for determining if your work area or activity requires hearing protection is as follows. If you have difficulty hearing or understanding a normal tone of voice at a distance of about 3 feet, 90 centimeters, noise level are properly exceeding safe levels, and you should be using hearing protections.
Many manufacturing activities and tools require the use of hearing protections. This includes, for example, like chainsaws, concrete saws, hammer drills, power saws, or working near the running chillers. And firearm users always requires hearing protections. Hearing protection is needed when the sound a person is exposed to is over 85 decibel. How long can a person endure a certain noise level before hearing impairment occurs? In the USA, NIOSH and CDC give some guidelines for recommended permissible exposure time to noise. So for every 3 dB sound pressure level over 85 dB, the permissible exposure time is cut into half, so before damage to our hearing can occur. So 85 dB is considered as the starting point of the so-called dangerous level. Now here is an example of what hearing loss due to noise exposure might look like over time. So in this example, we are looking at someone who works as a carpenter, professions where they may use noisy tools. So for most of us, our hearing does decline in the high frequencies or high pitch region as we age. Someone who is exposed to dangerous level of sound often presents with an audiogram with a notch around 4,000 kilohertz. We can see on this example that over time, their hearing around 4,000 kilohertz deteriorates faster than other frequencies. So
Jasmine, I think.
Yep. Can I continue? All right, I'll just continue first. All right. So back to this. So imagine if they had been consistently wearing hearing protections at work, we wouldn't expect that their hearing deterioration would be milder as they age. So for those who are constantly exposed to loud noise, they should wear some sort of hearing protections. Let's look at the different types of hearing protection solutions available in the market right now. There are actually a few types of hearing protections that people can wear to help reduce the impact of noisy environment and risk of developing noise-induced hearing loss. This includes disposable foam earplugs, filter earplugs, and also earmuff. Earplugs are by far the most common type of hearing protections. The simplest form of earplug would be a disposable foam earplug, which the user rolls it between their fingers and inserts into their ear canal. Then there are tube filters, earplugs with advanced acoustic filters. This typically consists of a plastic ear tip with a tube running through. The tube acts like a vent in an ear mold, allowing less occlusion effects. The filter is about the size and shape of a round pill. So this filter fits into a soft plastic ear tip. This is what we are offering with our Crescendo hearing protection products, our Sonova hearing protection products. So let's look more closely at Crescendo hearing protections. So in this figure, we can see how Crescendo is constructed. The filter earplug has a medical grade TPE, thermoplastic elastomer earpiece. Then each of these has a hearing protection filter inserted. The filter itself is made up of few parts. There is the filter housing, which comes in different colors to differentiate between the filter use cases. Then there is a sound damping mesh. Some filters types additionally have some membranes such as product for flying or comfort. The shooting products has a metal disc with a tiny hole in place of the tune membrane. So this will enable particular filters to allow normal sounds to pass through, but it attenuates very loud sounds, which happens suddenly. All right. So the advanced technology membrane filter design from Crescendo provides an open air passage to the ear, minimizing occlusion effect while at the same time keeping the ear ventilated for optimum comfort. So the unique design of Crescendo, our earplugs, hearing protections bring us a lot of benefits. First, it reduces the loud sound and noise to a safe level. Then it allows natural hearing because the filters allow situational awareness and communications and prevent overprotections. Then the filter design also provides an open air passage to the ear, minimizing occlusion effect while keeping the ear ventilated for optimum comfort and preserve hearing moisture balance in the ear. And all of our filters are acoustically tested to guarantee performance. The filters and ear tips are fully washable, so you can wash these ear tips and it is reusable. And importantly, these earplugs and filters are certified accordingly to CE and ANSI standards. Now let's experience ourselves with this sound demo. How industrial factory sounds with hearing protections. So first of all, we'll hear this sound with no protections at all. So in this sound sample, where no protections or no earplug is used, we can hear very loud machinery noise at a noise level above the safe limit of 85 dB. Then now let's hear with Crescendo hearing protection. Okay, with this, you notice that the background noise is reduced, and yet you can still hear the warning signals with the sounds natural. So you reduce the risk of hearing loud noise. At the same time, you still can communicate with your colleagues and other people and hear the environmental sound. All right, we have a very broad portfolio of hearing protection solutions. So for example, you need to consider the what is your needs for the hearing protections. So there are many occasions that need hearing protection, and each of the situations here requires different sound attenuation. For example, working in heavy industry, whether you are driving a motor vehicles, shooting, listening to music, attending a concert, And then even working in loud offices, you can wear a hearing protections. And then we have a special one for flying and swimming as well. So these are the different products that we are offering. Okay, so for example, in flying, this allows for more comfortable flying experience by reducing the aeroplane noise and also by regulating the air pressure when you are in the plane. And then we also have swimming earplug. So to reduce or to prevent the ears, to prevent the waters entering to the ears. And then all these products, they all offers different levels of sound attenuation. So you can choose accordingly. So all in all, hearing protections offers unique, hearing protections Crescendo offers unique product design with a range of filters and the attenuation levels for a variety of use case. So it allows natural hearing, therefore allows situational awareness and communications and also protections to your ear. So we want to ensure hearing loss prevention is a routine. So with Crescendo, we can provide more tools to provide to promote awareness of the impact of noise right now. So it's never too late to start protect your hearing. Okay. All right. So that's all for my talk. Thank you very much.
Sorry for the technical glitch. So now is the long-awaited moment for our audience. We are nearly towards the end of our program. I'll announce the quiz winners. So Grab e-voucher will be emailed shortly to the winners via your registered email address. If there's any errors in your registered email address, kindly submit your email address into the chat box now. So we had 7 sets of quizzes in total today, and each set has 2 winners. For set 1 is Wanita Wong and Ashikin. Set 2 is Felicita Yusof and Rizwan Shah. Set 3 is again Wanita Wong and Ashikin. Congratulations. And set 4 is Malini Raji and Intan Nadia binti Yusri Nadia. Set 5, Siti Nur Atira and Muhammad Hazmi. Siti Nur Atira, Muhammad Azmi and Malini Raji again. And set 6, Intan Nadia, Siti Nur Atira. And finally, set 7, Felicita Yusof and Ashikin. Congratulations to the winners. You'll receive an email of e-voucher shortly. So heartiest congratulations to the winners, and for the rest of you, better opportunity awaits you for 2023 World Hearing Day program. This brings our 2022 World Hearing Day to an end. To wrap up the program, I would like to invite upon the chairperson of today's event, Associate Professor Dr. Jayanti Kulasegara, for a closing speech.
Hi. So we have come to the end of our World Hearing Day webinar 2022. So we are blessed to have Yang Amat Berhormat Tun Dr. Siti Hasma binti Haji Muhammad Ali to officiate our event this morning, and Yang Berbahagia Professor Dr. Nazira binti Hasnan, Director of University Malaya Medical Center, to grace us with her presence this morning as well. So as the chairperson of World Hearing Day and as the head of department of otorhinolaryngology, I really like to thank all the wonderful speakers and all those who are working behind the scenes, making this amazing day a success. Finally, all of you who are online, for taking the time out from your busy personal and professional schedules to be part of this World Hearing Day webinar. So really the take-home message for today is don't take your hearing for granted, especially children and young adults. Just because you're young does not mean you can't lose your hearing. Use ear protection when you're in noisy environments or situations. And if you're exposed to noise, please get your hearing checked regularly by an ENT specialist or an audiologist. Have a great day, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Jayanti, for the closing speech. I would like to request all the speakers online to switch on your video so we can take a Zoom group photo. So we'll do the group photo later on. So on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to thank all the participants for your warm support and patience. I wish you all a very good evening and goodbye. Dear participants, don't forget to visit our free hearing screening booth at Siti Khadijah Square today, Level 2, East Block, UMMC. It will be available until 4 p.m. today. We will also be displaying the QR code for CPD points shortly. Those who have registered under MMA can scan for your QR codes. But before the QR code, we're going to play the poll questions one final time for you to attempt. Thank you and stay safe.
Just give us a moment.
Apologies for the technical glitch.
Maybe we take the picture first, kalau boleh.
While waiting for the poll to be ready, so all the speakers can switch on your videos. We could actually take a picture together.
Oh, take lah. Who's taking? No, take the picture. Okay. Tell us when you've taken the picture.
So all can smile underneath the mask in a count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, fellow
Thanks to all the
speakers.
speakers.
So
Thank you
participants,
very
just hold
much.
on for a while. We'll play the poll again.
Global Hearing Care Center, Wangsa Maju. Well established since 2015. It is the first branch before expanded to another 5 branches nationwide.
Hello everyone, I'm Amira, audiologist from Global Hearing Care Center Wangsa Maju. I'm graduated from University Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia and I'm working here for almost 4 years. During these 4 years, I have met a lot of patients from different range of age, from baby until elderly. I think the most satisfying moment as an audiologist is when I can see their smiling face, the patient's smiling face, and also their family member. Because they already can communicate well, they no need to shouting and no need to talk loudly anymore.
Hi, I'm Ainu Mardia, the audiologist from Global Hearing Care Center. I am graduated from IIUM and already almost 7 years in this field. My goal is to serve patients with hearing disability to improve their quality of life by having good hearing to communicate in their daily life. In Global Hearing Care Center,
You hear, we care.
GHCC Wangsa Maju has been supplying hearing aids to government and private hospitals in Klang Valley. In Global Hearing Care Center, we are providing hearing test and hearing adjustment, hearing aid trial and fitting, impression taking, and counseling for our patient. Other than that, we are also providing home visit and remote care service for our patients' convenience. We are the sole distributor for Bernafon hearing aid brand. Other than that, we also carry 3 brands, which are Oticon, Phonak, and Widex. You can visit our GHCC outlet in Wangsa Maju, or you can reach us via Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. In Global Hearing Care Center, you hear, we care.
This is the first sound, the sound that connects you to one of the most important people in your life. Calming, comforting, that is the power of sound. Throughout life, sound will make you learn and grow, make you remember, make you wonder. It will move you and make you able to move others. Sound connects us to the world and to our loved.
Displayed are the QR code for CPD points. So dear participants, kindly register. With that, I will sign out. Dr. Jacinta, who was your moderator today. Thank you and stay safe until we meet again next year.
It's hard to imagine a life without hearing.
It rewards us in the smallest moments. The notes of a piano, the rustle of leaves, and in the biggest ways as well, the first cry of new life, the sound of a mother's voice. And yet, a life without hearing is a worry for some parents, and a reality many adults have had to accept and adjust to. The sounds we often take for granted start to feel like distant memories, and the journey back to hearing can be challenging too. It takes patience and perseverance, both of which have been hallmarks of our own journey, which first began with Professor Graham Clark's determination to help people hear after seeing his own father's struggles with hearing loss. Since Graham's encounter with a seashell and a blade of grass in the 1970s, and the inspiring discovery that brought the first multi-channel cochlear implant, the cochlear story has evolved from an ambitious endeavour to a life-changing partner on the journey back to hearing. Our people are driven by this same dedication today and have helped transform hundreds of thousands of lives, not just through our technology and engineering, but through our compassion and commitment to providing positive experiences for everyone we interact with. This shared drive to do life-changing work is inspired and influenced strongly by our beginnings, while being motivated by the energy of our people today and everyone we partner with, and always guided by a clear, simple truth: that our position to connect people to a life lived with hearing is nothing short of a privilege. So we'll keep listening and responding to bring implantable hearing within the reach of those who need it. Here now and always.
I recently finished my MBBS and became a qualified physician.
Eu fiz fono, aula de música, eu estudo, brinco com meus amigos, converso.
I'm a television host and speaker. One of the reasons I challenged myself to do this is because I did not see role models or representation of people who had hearing loss in the media very often growing up.
So many children believe that there are barriers to what they can do because of their hearing loss. I want to tell all the children out there that your hearing loss cannot stop you from doing anything you want to do.
Welcome to Global Hearing Care Center Wangsa Maju. Well established since 2015, it is the first branch before expanded to another 5 branches nationwide.
Hello everyone, I'm Amira, audiologist from Global Hearing Care Center Wangsa Maju. I'm graduated from University Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia and I'm working here for almost 4 years. During these 4 years, I have met a lot of patients from different range of age, from baby until elderly. I think the most satisfying moment as an audiologist is when I can see their smiling face, the patient's smiling face, and also their family member. Because they already can communicate well, they no need to shouting and no need to talk loudly anymore.
Hi, I'm Ainu Mardia. the audiologist from Global Hearing Care Center. I am graduated from IIUM and already almost 7 years in this field. My goal is to serve patients with hearing disability to improve their quality of life by having good hearing to communicate in their daily life. In Global Hearing Care Center,
You hear, we care.
GHCC Wangsa Maju has been supplying hearing aids to government and private hospitals in Klang Valley. In Global Hearing Care Center, we are providing hearing test and hearing adjustment, hearing aid trial and fitting, impression taking, and counseling for our patient. Other than that, we are also providing home visit and remote care service for our patients' convenience. We are the sole distributor for Bernafon hearing aid brand. Other than that, we also carry 3 brands, which are Oticon, Phonak, and Widex. You can visit our GHCC outlet in Wangsa Maju, or you can reach us via Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. In Global Hearing Care Center, you hear, we care.